Hello, everyone, and welcome to a special joint episode with Mer Herosner and WiseNuts podcast. We thank all of you for joining us in such a short notice. I'm Vic Aslanyan, and I'm joined by my co-host Mike Balyan, also by the WiseNuts. That's Armand, Arno, and Edgar. I want to thank you guys for joining us today. I know we kind of came up with this last minute. No, there's no having us. It's joined.
Long time listener, first time caller.
I always wanted to say that. That's why. Since nobody ever invites us on the show.
Who came up with the Wise Herosner slogan?
I don't know. I just kind of put it together.
I think Vic did,
Vic
no?
did that, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Well,
like it. I
how's
like
everyone doing tonight?
Good, guys. How you guys doing today?
Good.
All
You know,
right.
with the circumstances.
Considering.
Yeah. We have guests who will be joining us shortly, and we have discussions from different point of views, and what we all need to do as Armenians to unite, organize. This show isn't about bashing on each other. This show is about sharing opinions,
Having
having
discussions.
discussions, coming up with ideas, what we can do as Armenians around the world. But before we do any of this, I want to take a moment of silence for our fallen brothers and sisters from the recent attack. So if you guys don't mind. Thank you. So we have like I mentioned, we have guests who are going to join us. We have Rich Almoyan, who's a specialist in geopolitics, Georg Nazarian, who's a historian, Stepan Partamian will be with us. We have one of our fans from our show who is actually in Armenia, Levon Stepanyan. He's going to join to kind of give his point of view of what he's seeing happening there right now. Haik Nazarian from, Hosang will be with us. Elena Semerjian will be with us as well, and Robert Torosian. So, where to begin? It's been a crazy week as Armenians. It's kind of being flashback to 2020 with all the stress,
Yeah, man.
worry.
Like PTSD all over again with this.
I mean, everything kind of began September 13th.
Yeah.
For those of you listening and watching, and for obviously people that are tuning in for the first time listening to the two of us collaborate, both of us are an Armenian American based podcast. That being said, our roots are Armenian, so a lot of the things we talk about, especially with Mer Herosner, is Armenian based. So what happened on September 13th, Azerbaijan launched a military attack on Armenia proper, not Artsakh, not other areas outside of Armenia, but Armenia proper. Two of the areas that a lot of people know, are aware of. One of them was Jermuk, which is a very popular area in Armenia. Multiple southern regions kind of trying to, from what it looks like there, it's like more of trying to tie in Azerbaijan to Nakhichevan, which is another part of Azerbaijan on the west side of Armenia. The attacks were done, via drone, missiles, obviously by foot attacks as well. We've lost in just one day we lost 50 soldiers, or what was it, 50 or 60 soldiers, and
Yeah, it was close to that.
and it's the funny thing to me was when the attacks happened from Russia to Ukraine, the internet, the world, everybody just blew up, and it was just more of like, oh my God, look what's happening. This country is being attacked by this dictator, blah, 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 blah. The same exact thing is happening to Armenia, and the world is silent. Nobody's talking it. No one's talking about it on social media. Nobody's talking about it on the news. And if they are, it's basically kind of like just this
Local news.
Yeah.
and thanks to Araxia Karapetyan, Elina Abovian,
Yeah,
for going
yeah.
above
Yeah.
and beyond, doing what they're doing for our people. But it's very, very brief as far as the discussions about what is taking place there. Again, they talk about Russia being this dictatorship, this terrorist organization. Azerbaijan is the same exact thing. They're killing innocent people. They're taking people away from their homes. They're beheading people. I mean, it's it's ridiculous what's going on, and I'm shocked that, like we said, not one single eye is being bat upon the situation.
Well, because Russia is big bad enemy number one to the mainstream media owners.
And we're automatically put in that pot. That's the problem.
But this, so based off of that, you have mainstream media constantly reporting anything. Like if Russia smells something the wrong way, it's on the news.
Of course.
Okay, so it could have. I mean, we all know why it's Ukraine, but it could have been anyone else, and that would have been I stand with whatever country. I stand with whatever country. That's it, right?
Yeah.
So, what's going on in our
Because
homeland?
this isn't Artsakh. This is Armenia proper.
No.
But I think the problem with that is, like I said, the fact that, all eyes on Russia, and we are, in a way, so fell and everything, but we've always been kind of, brothers with Russia. So that takes, so we kind of fall into that automatically, the Russia, bad. So Armenia, not Armenia that's bad, but it's like we're associated with them. So guilty by association almost.
Yeah. I mean,
So like that's why the media doesn't tend to talk about it or even say anything.
I mean, we we've talked off camera. You, me, the boys talk. We know why Ukraine is so important to certain corrupt a-holes that occupy administrative positions in this country.
Yeah.
Right. Armenia isn't the same way. It's not. That's why it's not important for them to get ahead of the news and cover things the way they are and get people to jump on some sort of BS bandwagon.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line. I mean, I'm not going to hold back from saying that. Like, that's it. Period.
Yeah.
But
And that's the truth.
Look, I think we need to stop being shocked about the world not paying attention to Armenia, because they never have. We've talked about how during the genocide, 1915, how come
Same thing.
nobody did anything? Why didn't anybody get involved? Why wasn't there more coverage in the news press and all that? And now today we have social media, we have so many different avenues, yet nobody's talking about it, right? I mean, we have thousands of families that are being displaced, which is the technical definition for genocide. And we're still shocked that the world is not responding to it. But we have to understand there's genocides going on all across the world right now, from Africa to China to other parts of the world. And we don't necessarily, let's admit it, none of us truly care about it, right? We don't post about what's going on in Africa, the millions of people in China that are in concentration camps. We don't post about it. We don't even know much about it. So because we have obviously vested interest, we're emotionally connected, it's our motherland, we expect the rest of the world to respond the same, but they never will. Now, Ukraine is obviously a completely different story, because Ukraine has so many resources they provide to the globalists, and there are so many different countries, from China to U.S. to Russia, all over Europe. So that's a whole different ball game. But it's time we just need to, I think, stop the whole playing the victim card and expecting the rest of the world to help us, and rather us standing up for ourselves, being more diplomatic, and being politically strategic, and knowing who are we partnering with, whether that's stepping away from Russia or creating a better relationship with Iran or U.S. or whatever needs to be done. I'm not a political strategist, but that's what needs to be done. Instead of thinking, well, we need the world to stand up and help us out. That's never going to happen.
Well, what do you think is happening with Pelosi in Armenia? I've watched multiple videos.
Can we do our disclosure, guys, before we get into
man.
the nitty gritty?
You say the disclosure.
Guys,
Disclaimer.
everyone that's here listening
Disclaimer.
to us, please just take this as a conversation. Just literally 5 Armenian men giving their opinion. None of this is by any professional. Please.
Yeah.
So Nancy Pelosi is in Armenia right now, and there's multiple videos going around as far as her sitting down with her delegates in front of Pashinyan, going to Tsitsernakabert, which was the Armenian Genocide Memorial. There's a lot going on. I've yet to see anything regarding some sort of help going to Armenia. All I've been hearing, and seen multiple people posting it, is we're here to support the freedom and the democracy of Armenia.
What
We're
does
here-
support mean?
It makes me ask a lot
Yeah.
of questions.
So you,
a
if you
lot of questions.
exactly,
You got to
So-
read between the lines.
Yeah, so you
Oh,
take
boy.
all you got to do is you got to take 2 or 3 steps back, understand the history of this woman, and again, just analyze the situation. All she's saying is
she's the
we are
brightest rose
here.
in the garden.
Yeah, we are here to help support Armenia and its democracy, and we understand that you went through a velvet revolution, quote unquote, and you had a fair and free election, and congratulations to our prime minister for being elected. Nothing as far as, you know what do you need as far as
What's on
help from
paper?
Wait,
you?
wait,
What's
Arno,
on
hold on,
paper?
hold on. You might have missed something there.
Go ahead.
There was a point where they talked about, as far as freedom, democracy, and security, and she specifically mentioned that these 3 things cannot exist without one another, and it is up
No,
to the Armenian government to.
she quoted Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah, I know, but and then she said,
Yeah,
and then she
saw
said,
that.
it is up to the government, Armenian government, to tell us what they need, and we will be listening. That was something she said.
It was an
So
offer.
she's not going to get up there and say, "Yeah, we're going to give you $25 billion of
no.
weaponry," I mean, you can't do that. So,
They did
but
it to
there was
Ukraine.
hints. Yeah, there's hints
And
of
they're
that.
still doing it to Ukraine.
Yeah, there's hints of that something's gonna happen, but it's up to the Armenian government to choose if they're gonna accept it or not. Mentioning when Armon talked about during the Armenian genocide, nobody helped that. Actually, the U.S. did help Armenia. The U.S. was one of the first countries to champion the whole Save the Armenians. They raised over, I think it was $50 million
this was back
at that
then,
time.
though.
I know.
This was back
But
then.
after the genocide,
Lots changed.
with the Woodrow Wilson,
Yes.
the map and all that stuff, there was.
Guys,
the
don't
U.S.
forget
was
what they did. You guys see it in a different way. What they did 100 years ago, the Americans, what they did.
no. Hold on.
It's not what it's advertised. You got to see the whole picture there.
So what do you
Same
mean?
scenario was played out 100 years ago. Nothing is on paper. At least 100 years ago, you had the Wilsonian. Today, you don't have that either. Did they confirm the Wilsonian while they were in Armenia? They didn't.
No, but hold on.
Nothing's
A
on
lot
paper
happened with
today.
that. No. A lot happened during that time. You got to understand that, when the U.S. was putting these options with Armenia, to basically help Armenia and then even somewhat become an ally with Armenia. And this is, I'm talking about back then, the Bolshevik Revolution happened.
Yeah.
Which messed everything up. And then you had the Treaty of Moscow, which was between Lenin and what's his name?
Stalin. Oh,
No,
wait,
not
Lenin
Stalin.
and,
With the other
piece of shit.
Emret, between Turkey, and then 2 years later they had the Treaty of Kars, which basically just and at
Reaffirmed
that
it.
point Armenia decided to join the Bolshevik side. So obviously Russia, obviously the U.S. pulled back from that. Now, if
Same
let's say that
scenario,
didn't
guys.
happen, you never know what the whole situation would have been today. We don't know, obviously.
So 1.5 million people being slaughtered. That
Yeah, but they sent a lot of missionaries. They sent a lot of help. All those orphanages that were created in Gyumri. I mean, there's
Yeah.
pictures and everything. U.S. did a lot, guys.
This is
They did a
after
lot
the
to
fact, right?
not militarily, but yeah, a lot of aid during and after.
Again, I'm not trying to sound like the bearer of bad news that was over 100 years ago. I'm just saying.
But you
It's-
got to understand history and,
But
Yeah,
does,
okay.
does
to
America
start-
have
but
the right to
but the
step
political,
in?
But the political climate right now is completely different than what it was 100 years ago.
How can they step in
completely
when
different.
Armenia
You
is
had a
allies
different
with
world
Russia
map.
today?
You had a completely
let's not talk
different world
over
map.
each other. Let's make sure we hear one another. Go ahead, Edgar. What were you saying?
How can America step in when we're part of the alliance with Russia today?
why should they step in?
Why should they, and how can they step in when Armenia is still part of the what is that, CSTO?
Right.
What
Right.
my God, I forget. There's another term for it. And by the way, we're heading it. We're the head of it. So that's why when that whole
Sorry,
thing happened in
that's a
Tajikistan-
show. What heading? That's Russia. When you
No,
look at
because
that
you take turns.
organization.
Every country takes turns. Just like how in NATO, like right now, it's Turkey who's heading it. Like every what is it?
Yeah,
two,
it's like a
3 years or
cyclical
something.
thing,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. That's what happened. That's why Armenia sent those troops when there was the Tajik war happening or
That was
clashes,
part
and
of
they
the
went in
same
there.
show,
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
Yep.
You know, when we talk about Russia, and again, I for one, I don't agree with us being part of Russia or any type of a pact like that. I also don't like the fact that U.S. is getting involved, but we really need to understand what has Russia done for us. Let's go back 200 years. Actually, let's go back 100 years. From the point of after the genocide, when Armenia became independent and
Just
this
been
and
used
that.
as a strategic.
What?
It's just been a strategic placement on the map. That's
Okay,
it.
and
They haven't really
what
done much.
have what? No, no. But what have by being part of Russia and having their holding their hand through the Soviet Union and everything, what has Armenia gained? I just want to understand. I want people to
They've
explain
lost.
to me what besides
They've
we've
gotten
paid
used
we've
to the
paid the
security
ultimate
blanket.
fake security
Yeah,
blanket.
that's what
We've paid the ultimate price. We've lost more men and women because we've helped them with their wars and everything. We've lost land. As people have this dream about the Soviet Armenia that everything was great and this, it's like get over it. No, it wasn't. You know, that's just you thought it was good.
Yes.
So I don't know. What's your opinion on that? Do you guys think that Russia has been beneficial for Armenia?
Judging
No.
from the comments, no.
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 I don't think so.
No, I agree.
Okay.
And I have a stance where I don't think Russia will help us, and I don't think the U.S. is going to help us. So the way I
That-
see Armenia
yeah.
saving itself is people like us and the people inside Armenia, the diaspora. We have to stop with all division, no political parties. Anyone that steps out with a political party today is a traitor to our country.
I mean, you're talking about a country with like 72 political parties.
Yeah, you have to just let them all go.
You let 'em all
Today,
go? All
if you're going to
72 of 'em?
save the country, you can't have that. We have to stand as one. If there is 10 million, I believe there's more than 10 million Armenians around the world.
I mean, not to get too deep into
That
the
number
rabbit
is
hole as
fake
far
number.
again, not to get too deep into the rabbit hole as far as conspiracy theories or any of that stuff, but just my 2 cents as far as globalists and nationalists. Armenia has been leaning more towards a globalist type of government, whereas Russia is more of a nationalist type of government. Putin is looking at the situation going, hey, listen, stop doing what you're doing. We had your back, but I need you to come back over to the nationalist side. Armenia gives the finger and says, no, we're leaning more towards the globalist side. That's why Russia has completely let go of Armenia's hand. That's my 2 cents. Again,
How can
Yeah, it's
Armenia be
absolutely- you nailed
nationalist,
it.
though?
Yeah.
as far as being part of whatever Russia's kind of agenda is. Again, Turkey is also a nationalist country. That is why Erdogan and Putin have been butt buddies for the
But
past
Turkey
couple.
has what the
Yep.
third largest
Second.
military or second in the
NATO's
world.
second
Yes.
largest.
Okay, so they can afford to be nationalist.
They can
How
afford to
can
be
Armenia
national.
be?
Well, here's the thing: Armenia being a nationalist is basically is a umbrella being protected by Russia. Armenia is basically completely let go of Russia's hand and said, "Hey, listen, we're going more towards a globalist situation." And Russia is saying, "Well, that's not what our agenda is. And if you're going to be doing that, you know what? If you're attacked by any neighbor, so be it."
It seems like Iran seems to be more proactive than Russia.
50,000
Yeah.
troops were sent over.
Why
Yeah,
not
they-
hold Iran's hand?
Well, there's now with Iran, it's more of a border issue. They do not want Armenia to be landlocked. The last thing they want is
Because of their own
Azerbaijan-
benefits.
Of
guys.
course,
This is,
100%.
this is a major fight for Iran as well.
Well,
But do you guys think
you-
Iran wants the U.S. to be stationed, for example, in Armenia? No. Don't forget, guys.
So
Israel
wh-
and
what would you
Israel
do
and
if you were-
Iran are at it at all times.
So what
right?
would you do if you were running Iran or any
Iran?
other country? Would you just, as a friendly gesture, just say, "Yeah, we'll protect your Armenia" without any
Iran
benefit
will not.
to your own country?
No country will help you without their own benefit.
Okay.
No country.
Right. That's just
Simple stuff.
yeah, okay. So why do we expect anybody to help Armenia without
We
a
can't.
benefit?
We can't. If we are not ready as Armenians, you, me, this guy, all of us as Armenians, if you consider yourself Armenian, you have to do something.
Do what?
And today,
Do what? What can I do? What can you do? What can any of us do?
what you can do is what you have been doing.
Which is what?
You've been helping from here,
Okay.
but
What does that
if you can't
change?
help from here, you need to go there.
But
And do
That's
what?
or the other.
And do what?
You have to fight. This is not over, guys. This is within the next few
Hold on.
weeks,
Fight,
not even
meaning
months.
physically fight?
Yeah, there is no other way. If you guys consider just diplomacy does not exist, don't forget what Turkey said today, man.
Edgar, who are we
They-
fighting? Can I ask you a question? Who are we fighting? Who are the boys that are fighting in Armenia right now? Who are they fighting? Are they
Who-
actually fighting?
Of course they are fighting.
No,
What
no,
do you
no.
mean?
Are they physically? Is it the same war as it was in the 90s?
No, completely
No.
different war.
So
and
who,
we're
who are,
behind.
who are
Listen,
they fighting?
We're behind.
We're fighting more of an AI type of war, isn't it?
Yes,
Okay,
but we're
do-
still fighting with our older weapons.
Correct. We're fighting with our older weapons.
Well, no,
So
we do have better.
Guys,
weapons.
come on, stop putting down the Armenian army. The only
No, no,
advantage
not
they
at
have
all. No.
is their drones. That's it. That's all
That's
they
it.
have is the
And
drones.
think about it.
And-
The drones, where are they coming in from,
and
guys?
who's giving them the drones?
Israel.
Thank you.
And
Yeah,
you
but-
think America's gonna stop Israel? Are you serious? If Pelosi was to just stop Israel, which she can do,
which
if
she's
Pelosi
not,
wanted
because
to, she
Israel
could have
owns
stopped
her.
Israel selling it, right?
Okay.
She has that power. True? Can we all agree?
But-
The U.S.
yeah.
has that power. Israel was created
do
by
they?
U.S. Congress, guys.
I mean, that's going into a completely new rabbit hole and,
But the
and,
truth
and
remains-
conversation, bro.
Okay,
Anything
one thing if
within
I
that
can-
region has to favor Israel for America to get it.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
That's it.
Vic. What were you saying?
I just want to say one thing. I think all of us need to stop putting down our Armenian army. Our boys are amazing. They know how to fight. We have an army. All this stuff that somehow we can't fight against Azeris and this and that, it's all BS. It's done on purpose. So the point of that is to make it seem like we're weak. We don't need an army. So we need to have somebody else come in, help us, and put their own flag on our board. Just like, look at it right now. Look at Russia. Western border, Russia. Southern border, Russia. At least some of the east, Russia. Artsakh, Russia. So, I mean, we've basically handed it over to them because there's this claim that our Armenian army, our warrior men and women cannot protect our borders. I'm sorry, if we need to fight, we'll fight. And you saw what happened. And later on in the show, there's something I want to read by an Armenian journalist who posted something in Armenian, and I had to kind of reword it and translate it. But he talks specifically about this, the fact that we keep putting down our boys and our the women who are out there fighting. Because if our army didn't know how to fight, first of all, we wouldn't have the losses that we had recently. I'm talking about the recent one. They would have just put down their arms and walked away, right? Why do they need to fight if they don't know how to fight? Why go die? Go home. Go to your warm house, you know? So stop doing that. Stop putting on our army down. Enough is enough. So having said that, I think Elena was supposed to join us. I don't know if she's, I don't know if you want to send her a message, let her know. But yeah, that was my 2 cents on the army part. But
I don't think I don't agree with the fact that we're putting the army down.
We're not at
What
all.
we're saying
Not
is
about that.
we're ill-equipped to fight the drone technology that the enemy has. It's not about putting down our army.
Yeah.
It's not about the will.
no,
of the
but there
soldiers.
are-
That's why I
There
was
we go.
saying.
She's
Edgar
on.
was saying, you know, we got to go in there. We got to fight. It's like, bro,
yeah.
going in there and fighting what? I mean, if
Guys,
you're
we do
military,
have, listen, we might not, well, actually, we do have the drones. We do have the weapons.
Where
It's
is
just-
it?
It's in the storage.
Where is
It's
it?
in the storage. It's in the storage. We
That's
have
like, bro,
everything. It's
you-
there.
I mean,
But
you
the
have to
government
you have
is
to
not-
understand how bad that sounds. Like, hey, we have it,
Look,
but you know what?
Here, look, you guys know I was in Armenia a couple of weeks ago, and I had conversations with random soldiers I happened to run into on the street, where they were, I guess, coming home for
A break.
like a break. These guys were all very content. They said we have the proper nutrition, we have the proper equipment, we have the proper uniforms, everything.
But
Whereas
that's not what we're being told, guys. So there's a fear tactic being used against us as well.
And this is why I asked this specific question, because my driver in Armenia was also a driver in the military in 2013. He said in 2013, we didn't have crap to eat. He's like, my parents were sending food,
Underwear.
socks, underwear, you name it, they had to send it, water, everything. He's like, now you ask the military, what do you guys need? They're like, we have everything. We don't need anything. We have better food than what you guys eat.
Yeah.
We're equipped. So there's a lot of what I'm trying to say.
Misinformation.
There's a lot of propaganda out there, a lot of misinformation, at least from what I saw.
Yeah.
And there's a ton of improvements. I mean, as far as even on the streets, I would see military trucks, and these trucks look brand new, you know. Whereas before, the military trucks looked like they were from the 1920s.
Comos, that's all you had.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of improvement to say that there hasn't been any improvement. I mean, this year I think we have the highest military budget we've ever had. What is it?
Armand,
Yeah.
we still don't have our skies closed up, bro. can
Yeah,
have-
we do. Yeah, we do. We
By
have
who?
the systems.
Who
We have the
controls?
systems.
We have the systems, but is it
Yeah.
being done? It's two
Yeah,
different
of course.
things.
They shot one of the air defense systems down. Listen, it's a war. Of course, it's not going to be perfect, bro. It's a war. They're going to hit it. They're going to figure out just the way we figure out to hit their drones, the way they're going to figure out to hit our.
At some point, yeah,
you know,
have
it's
to
like
adjust.
it's not perfect. It's like you guys expect it to be like in this iron dome that once it's up, nobody can penetrate. No,
Yeah.
it doesn't work that way. But okay, we have Elena who's going to join us right now. Let me bring her on, get her point of view. What's going on? So give me 1 second. Hi, Elena.
Hi, Elena.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yeah.
can hear you. Thank
How
you
are
so much
you?
for joining us tonight.
Hello.
Been better. Hello.
Yeah, yeah. So we wanted you to join us to kind of take your 2 cents about what's happening, your point of view. So just give us a quick, from what you see as happening, what do you think we should do as Armenians? I know you were on the live on Twitter with the oh my god, I forgot his name, from Anka, right? You had a great question about what needs to be done.
Yeah, Aram Hamparian from ANC.
Yeah, Aram Hamparian. There you go. Yeah, yeah. So if you can kind of talk about that too.
So, I'll actually start with that. Aram Hamparian from ANCA said something very interesting that really stuck with me during that conversation. And he said, because for such a long time that we were stateless, we didn't think as states, but we thought as human beings.
Yes.
And that really hit me because it's so true. We are always talking about human issues, waiting for other people to care, instead of appealing to the interests of states, which is what they actually care about. And that is actually our problem as an Armenian state as well, that for such a long time, we were under greater powers. We don't understand the concept of self-reliance and self-responsibility and following our own interests. That is why we are so often swayed to fall under the interests and agendas of other unions, whether it be the West, NATO, CSTO, whatever. And we don't dare to attempt to create our own partnerships and alliances that actually are beneficial to our own unique interests and form our own agenda and try to get other countries to understand that our interests are also in their benefit.
Yeah.
That's how diplomacy is done.
It's funny. I heard that too. Obviously, I was a part of that conversation. Not part of it. I was listening to it. And I've been thinking about that so much. I even posted some stuff about it as well. It's so true. We need to change our mindset. We need to stop thinking from the human side, but more of the state side.
Because we still have this slave mentality of
Yeah.
we have no choice. I even just, like clockwork, there we go. Somebody commented, we have no choice. That is the type of mindset. It's called learned helplessness in psychology. And it means that even whenever you have an opportunity to escape the cage, you don't, because so many times that you've attempted to, you've been hurt, that you do not dare to even try. We are an independent country, and that is a fact. Are we beholden to greater interests? Of course, every small nation is. But the point of every nation and any nation is to fight for and advance their own interests at all costs. Now, I posted something saying that what if I told you that Armenia can be friends with Russia, Iran, and America?
Yeah.
Wait, that's the game we've been playing, Elena. It's
No.
not working.
Yeah, no,
We've been playing that.
no. What we've been doing is we've been saying we are Russia's loyal ally. And even before we can blame this on Pashinyan, and everybody knows that I'm not the biggest fan of this administration. However, if let's we can go further back and back and back to all the way to the Bolshevik Revolution and the Lenin Kemal Pact of 1921, which stripped us of our independence from the First Republic of Armenia. Actually, if you look at the document of Azerbaijan's petition to join the League of Nations, the document for Azerbaijan to join the League of Nations was rejected. And inside of it, it stated that we are rejecting Azerbaijan as a state because it has no historical basis and it is founded upon the nations of Armenia, Georgia, and Persia, basically recognizing these three states as legitimate and Azerbaijan as being an occupier. Now, what happened is that after the Bolshevik Revolution and before that, we were basically a nation of 500,000 orphans. So, who had just won the Battle of Sardarabad. And basically had lost the idea of Wilsonian Armenia, not necessarily because America betrayed us, but because inner traitors, some might say, oh, we were just trying to help Armenia, but were part of the Bolshevik Revolution and surrendered Armenia to the Bolsheviks and annulled our statehood in hopes of being under the guard of Lenin and Stalin. And international law actually states that you must exit a union with the same borders you entered with. The First Republic of Armenia entered with Artsakh and Nakhichevan being part of the independent First Republic of Armenia. It was only after we got into the Soviet Union that after certain discussions, because
Yeah.
because at this point in time, the Caucasian Tartars, who are now known as the Azeris of Azerbaijan, had crossed the Caspian Sea from what is now Turkmenistan, and they had completely exterminated and wiped off of the map Caucasian Albania, which was a neighboring Caucasian state to Armenia, where Baku is today. And they were pushing into Georgia and Armenia to pacify these invaders. And they were actually, these Caucasian Tartars were sponsored by the Ottoman Turks to do these campaigns of race extermination against the Caucasian peoples. What happened here is that Stalin made a deal with the Caucasian Tartars and said, if you betray the Ottoman Turks that you have been working with and join our union, we promise you a state. And that is the promise of an actual state within the Soviet Union, which was not really a state per se, but a province under the umbrella of Moscow, that they would have their own state that they never had before on the Armenian lands and the Caucasian Albanian lands that they had their eyes on. and were attempting to invade since the crossing of the Caspian. They agreed to betray the Ottoman Turks and enter the Soviet Union to get their own state. And this was then, whenever people say, why did Stalin why did all of a sudden Stalin give our land to this new state called Azerbaijan?
Yeah.
Was this deal that he had made with these new invaders that they would get a state and that they would get what they wanted. And what they wanted was Khan Kendi. Khan is the prefix, the signifying word of the invading Khans, like Genghis Khan, the Khanate, which were basically tribal governorships. And whenever the Turks claim that the Khanate was Turkic, it actually wasn't. These were like tribal governorships. My ancestor was actually a Khan of Shahverdi, and he was of Armenian origin. So it was not technically a Turkic.
It was just more of a, I guess, a title type of
Elena,
thing,
do
right?
you see any similarities today compared to the history we were just talking about?
Yeah,
Do
I
you
was
see the
just about to ask the
similarities
same.
today?
Of course. The Lenin-Kemalist Pact of 1921.
Which just reaffirmed a couple days ago, pretty much.
So basically, whenever we saw Vladimir Putin and Recep Tayyip Erdogan walk hand in hand, which is extremely
That was odd.
very, very peculiar, because you wouldn't see me in a formal gathering, in a diplomatic arena, walking with my own husband in such a manner. But this was a message. This was a message of a pact sealed with brotherhood. And this really isn't as much about anything else except for Putin's ideology. One of Putin's, whether you call it a mentor or advisor or consigliere, Alexander Dugin. If you read his writings and listen to the things that he says, he is basically Bolshevik. And whenever we talk about Russia, we have to be very careful. Just like whenever we talk about America, neither Russia nor America nor Armenia nor any country for that matter is a monolith. They all have different parties, different ideologies, different agendas. And very often, as we see in our own political sphere with the Democrats and the Republicans and and then they even they fraction even further to the liberals, the progressives, the conservatives.
Yeah,
the
it becomes
neocons.
multifaceted.
Exactly.
Multifaceted agendas
Yeah.
on a monumental scale.
I mean, look at Armenia. We have what,
It's-
like 53.
God, it's such
72,
a
I think.
72.
cluster F, if you know what I mean, with how many different agendas one country
We can
have.
cuss on this show.
I don't.
We're with the WiseNuts.
I'm
You're
trying
with
to
the
be
wise
nice.
nuts. You can say
I'm
as
trying
you
to be
please,
nice.
young man.
Oh, so the wise nuts cancel everything else. It's like a
Yep.
hall pass
Yep.
for
It's a
family
hall
friendly.
pass.
Huh? Oh,
Let
okay.
loose, buddy.
Nah, it's fine. I'll behave myself, or else I'm gonna cuss like a drunken sailor.
Don't worry
But,
about it. We're that get out of jail free card.
You could use it. We've earned it, man. Use it.
No, yeah, man. It's that there's
Yeah, so-
the politics in that region it becomes. And I know we've talked about this before. It really starts to blow your head apart.
Yeah, yeah.
You don't know who's on whose
It's
side.
a clusterfuck, and you just don't know
it's
what to.
beyond confusing.
Yeah.
At least with the U.S., you somewhat have a grasp of what's going
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
But over there, God,
Bro,
it's-
not only over there, over here. I mean, you do one protest in front of the Armenian, or I'm sorry, in front of the Azerbaijani consulate, or in front of the Armenian desponato, and you look at it, it's like everybody's fighting with each other. Bro, there's so
No.
much division in our own.
That's what's gonna bring us down.
Yeah, that's a. We need to unite as people and be like,
That
you know
is
what?
true.
Look, there is
Not
no,
unite.
there is
Unite. Organize.
organized.
Organize.
We have to throw all this hunchak, dashnak, all this crap
All
away.
of this.
It all
Let me-
has to
let me-
be.
let me-
We are
it's all
Armenian.
BS.
That's it.
It's all BS.
Let me bring something up real quickly, and then John. So Roger Kopelian, who's a good friend
Yeah.
of ours, we were having a conversation. I was at his house, and he mentioned something. I'm gonna talk about this unite thing. He was telling stories. Obviously, you guys know he did a documentary into First War. He was there. He in the front lines. You know, I think it's called. Oh my God, was it the Dark Forest?
Dark Forest.
Or Dark
Yeah.
Forest. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. He was a young man when he went down there by himself with a camera and shot this documentary. And he was telling me a story about how they were sitting with a bunch of men and some of the guys who were fighters. And then obviously your dad was, you know, a hero as well. And they were talking about, you know, how Armenia, how great it would be if Armenians would only unite, how powerful it would be. And one of the soldiers stood up and said that basically, see, that's the problem. It's not about unity. It's about accepting how different we are. Farskahai, Berutahai, Hayastansi, Baghdahai, Sidiahai, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We have to accept that we're different and respect that we're different and come together with our differences and be united Armenia.
Easier said than done.
That's that's so true. That's
But
the thing.
the problem is that a lot of people don't understand why we have Parskahais, Berutahais, Baghdahais. We have all these different.
history.
I don't
They
even
need
want
to
to.
learn
I don't
history.
even want to say different types of Armenians because I don't want to even say that. We are all Armenian. That's what we are. That is the root of what we are. We are
The
all
reason
Armenian.
we have
the
these-
reason why we are like this is
The
because
same mistakes we've made in the past.
But
The same
Arno,
thing.
hold on. Aren't you drawn more towards the Parskahai or you know, whatever? And there's no shame in that.
But no, you know what it
you're
is?
drawn
Look.
to what you're used to, right?
No,
And
here's the
that's
thing.
okay.
Wait. When somebody asks me
That's
what
not true, Vic.
nationality I am, you know what I say? I'm Armenian.
That's it.
And
Of
then when they
course,
say
no, that's
the problem,
the umbrella of Armenia.
I understand that, but the problem is that when an Otar says, "Oh, what kind of Armenian?"
That's where, we have
the
a problem, bro.
When
You and I could ask
That ends up-
ourselves,
that
right?
ends up
Bro.
being the secondary question.
that
Yeah,
that is that's the
almost
big
always.
that's the big problem, bro.
well, we've done
when I
that
was-
to ourselves.
Yeah.
Well, of course, bro. When an Otar says, "What type of Armenian are you?" The first thing you need to say is, "What do you mean? What type of Armenian am I?" There's only one type of Armenian.
But
Armenian,
no.
that's it.
But what I just mentioned isn't about the Otars who's asking, "Oh, what national?" It's about within each other. That's the point. It's within you accepting that we're different. We come from different past and history and everything that's happened to our families because of the genocide, or even pre-genocide. There's been other genocides. You know, there's families who are in the U.S. or in other parts of the country before even the 1915 genocide.
I get it. There's
Because
a little
of
bit
other
of a
things that happen, yeah.
cultural. There's
Yes,
a cultural
differences, right? So
influence in our
Yeah.
own culture. But at
Yeah.
the end of the day, we have to again. It's a very small kind of idea that's been implanted into Otar people's head that there's different types of Armenians that needs to go away. Have you ever heard of a Jewish person saying,
bro,
"Oh,
what does that have to
kind
do
of-"
with? Forget the Otars right now. Forget the
But-
Otars. Right? This is about us being united with our differences in Armenia. Otarները երկրորդական են. I don't care
Okay.
about them.
No, I get it, but that's happening in our own people as well. When you go to Armenia, there's still that division of Barskahais, Berutahais,
Even as a
Suriahais.
diaspora in Armenia,
Yeah.
you stand
But
out, bro.
you guys, as a nation as ancient as us, you have to expect that there's going to be this many different
Diversity.
dialects,
Yeah.
this many different types of ideologies. And I would even go further to say, if you feel Armenian, you're Armenian.
Yes,
Totally-
thank you.
Yes,
Totally understand.
definitely.
But when an Armenian says, "Արա Սուրիայի հայեր եկել են լսվել են ստեղ, ինչ են անում?" What do you how do you think that
Of course, there are people that say, "Oh, it's Gharabakhtinere."
That's out of jealousy.
Oh,
that's out of
that's-
jealousy.
And
That's out of
you know what
insecurity.
I tell them, especially when they're in America? I say, I don't understand. I was like, չեմ հասկանում, դու կարաս գաս Ամերիկա, բայց Արցախցին չի կարա գա Երևան։
Yeah. Listen, those are remarks made by insecure people because it's those Sudiahis that they're talking about. They're the ones who just went because of the war in Syria recently. They're prospering. They started businesses and invested in things. So and the thing is the people over there need to accept that and respect that and welcome them with open arms. They're Armenian. Doesn't matter. That's the point I'm trying to make is that with our differences, the minute we start respecting one another and accepting one another and start talking shit behind each other's backs because Berutai this, Barskai this, I'm talking about within us. Forget about the Otars, what they do.
You know, we do that. We do that everywhere else except for Armenia and Los Angeles, because if you go to any other country, for example, in Greece, I met several Armenians, right?
Yeah.
they were so excited to meet me and vice versa, because Greece doesn't have a huge population of Armenians. If you go to Argentina, Spain, anywhere else, you're not going to have that. But in Armenia, Los Angeles, where we've got
Larger numbers.
larger numbers, we tend to not care about one another. We throw each other under the bus. But in other countries, it's not like that. They're actually happy to meet you. They're happy to learn about you, where you come from, what your background is. So that it's kind of like, you know how you have family members that respect and take others' opinions more than their own family members, right?
Yeah.
It's like somebody else's word is more important, has more leverage and more weight, more value than a close,
Yeah.
sometimes even a spouse or a child. Or that's just, that's human nature. It's common in every culture. It's the Greeks would say the same thing, because actually one of the when I was in Greece, one of the guys was like, "Man, you guys seem so close to one another." Because when you see another Armenian, oh yeah, because we went to a restaurant. It was called Armenia restaurant, and he's like, every Armenian comes here, they think it's Armenian, but it's not. He's like, Armenia was the first actual port in Santorini, so he's like, that's why it's called Armenia. But he's like, and I said, why? You Greeks are not, close to one another? He goes, well, if we see a Greek in another country, yeah, we get ecstatic and excited about it. But in Greece, just like anybody else, we're not very close. We throw each other under the bus. We don't want what's good for one another.
It's just human
So
nature,
it's,
man.
Yeah, it's human nature. It's
Yeah.
not just Armenians.
And I would go further to say Armenian, um, beyond your genetics, your last name, or your heritage, is Armenian is a state of mind. It's called Gagapara Khosutun, and it's the ideology of being Armenian. And that's why I said, if you feel Armenian, then you're Armenian. There are people with Armenian last names, Armenian genetics, and Armenian heritage that don't feel Armenian.
Yeah.
And they will soon not be Armenian because of that fact. And there are Armenians who are married. There are non-Armenians that are married to Armenians who have Armenian children who feel Armenian, and I count them as Armenian, because Armenians, the Armenian spirit and the American spirit is very similar. For a very long time, we have wanted the right to free speech, the right to not be treated as second-class citizens, freedom, fairness, independence. Those are that's the ethos of being Armenian. It's not enough to have Armenian heritage. You must also have the ideology of the Armenian and pass it on to your children. Now,
Yeah.
I'll go back. Let's go back to the question that I asked at ANCA.
Let's talk about that.
When I worked at the White House, there were a lot of people that were walking around, in the West Wing, in the administration, the EOP, the Executive Office of the President. And during that time, there were a lot of people from different think tanks. Now, whenever I joined Twitter recently, I found some people that are ardent anti-Armenian people. One of them is Michael Dornan, Luke Coffey. Both of them are part of the Hudson Institute, which is a think tank, which is a nonprofit organization that basically takes money from different organizations, corporations, and such to think and advise policymakers. Basically, they're paid lobbyists. Whenever I went into the Hudson Institute's expert list, I saw, and I know this is going to hurt a lot of us conservatives, there was an anomalous amount of people from the Trump administration that I would see at the White House all the time. That is Mike Pompeo. That is General H.R. McMaster. That is William Barr. These people are basically in this conservative think tank, the Hudson Foundation, the Heritage Foundation as well, that are ardently anti-Armenian and pro-Turkish and pro-Azerbaijani. They design their ideology as if they are as if it is pro-American interests to be pro-Turkish and pro-Azerbaijani. And they say that Armenia is a vassal of Russia and that we are an ally of Iran. And this is why they must carve up Armenia and hand it over to Turkey and Azerbaijan. Now, the issue that we have here, and this is the real issue for Armenians, is that we are given the choice, whether false or not, between choosing the NATO alliance or the CSTO. And I would go as far as to say there's no difference.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because,
exactly.
and I'll tell you why. If you guys are familiar with the Turkic organization, it's called the Organization of Turkic States. It includes the countries of Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkey, Uzbekistan.
Yeah.
And if you notice that this is basically all of the
looks like a-
countries that are in both NATO and the CSTO. So NATO and CSTO are heavily influenced by the Turks, if not infiltrated. And the Organization of Turkic States is basically the predecessor to the agenda of Great Turan, Pan-Turkism.
Yeah.
And every decision that goes to either NATO or CSTO is filtered through the Organization of Turkic States, and nobody talks about this union that basically has an arm in each union, making both unions almost shell organizations that take orders from the Organization of Turkic States.
Yeah.
Now, you can tell this because I believe it was Kyrgyzstan, one of the nations of the CSTO, said when they asked, why did you not go to protect Armenia's borders? They said, well, Armenia doesn't have demarcated borders, which is an agenda of Azerbaijan for us to demarcate borders. Because then then we recognize all of the Armenian lands as theirs, and we can never try to take it back.
Yeah.
Because Armenia doesn't have demarcated borders, we don't know where the borders are. So they're saying that Jermuk, a known Armenian city, cannot even be counted as Armenia because the borders are not demarcated. What does this say? It says that CSTO nations, if they don't recognize Armenia has borders, they don't recognize Armenia as a country. That is what that means.
Yeah.
And this decision is filtered through the talking points of the Organization of Turkic States. So what Armenia needs to do, nay, must do for their survival, is not choose between these two, but create an alliance, whether they stay in the CSTO as just something to not anger Putin of getting out. But at the end of the day, we see that we are only beholden to the other states, and they are not beholden to us. So what Armenia needs to do in its own interests is to create its own alliances based on its own interests along the
Ellen,
old...
there is an alliance you can join. The anti-Turkey alliance exists.
Yeah.
There's many countries, and some of them, like Greece, who is one of those countries, has offered us
There you
aid.
go.
Yeah.
We're not taking
Exactly.
it. So the government of Armenia needs to start accepting the aid, but they are not. What's holding them back?
Isn't Iran part of it as well?
Yes.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
Iran, India,
Apparently,
China is part of it. Greece is part of it. France can be a part of it. All
Egypt
along
is a
the
huge
Silk Road.
part of it. That's a big country to have on your side. And they've offered help. But why is the government of Armenia not accepting help from anyone? Why?
Well, there's a lot of conspiracy theories of why they might not, but I actually want to go back to Putin and the Turks. This thing of whenever we say any anti-Russian things, we have to be very careful because at the end of the day, Russians, the Russian people, are historically friendly people to us. We are friends. We have been neighbors. There are intermarriages. There are half Russian Armenians, and we are friendly people to each other. However, there is a difference between Russian people and Bolsheviks. And this is an ideology within the culture that the Bolshevism itself is treasonous towards the Orthodox Russian culture because it sold out Russia to the Turks a very long time ago and Turkified Russia. Now, if you read Alexander Dugin's ideology, he is very much that type of Bolshevik who believes in the Bolshevik pan-Turkist alliance that the Lenin-Kemalist pact established.
Elena Jan,
If you
sorry to cut you off. We have other guests that need to join, and we have a limited time for everybody, and we want to get everybody's opinion. What I wanted to know is the last thing, if you can just let us know, what are your thoughts about Nancy Pelosi going? Do you think this is a good thing, a bad thing? Just,
real quick.
real quick, what are your thoughts about that?
So I'm going to reserve my full judgment to see if there is going to be an actual
Something actually done.
An enforcement of Section 907 to stop military aid to Azerbaijan, if there is going to be any actual material aid to Armenia as well. But this is a strong message. And if you look at the reaction from the Azeri propagandists, this is something that really throws a wrench in their plans of invasion, and it gives them pause and makes them think twice.
Yeah.
So in that way, it is a good thing. And if anything, it's generally a good thing, but we have to see if it materializes in any concrete way.
Yeah. Elena Jan,
Optics are good.
thank you so much
Thank you
for
for
being
having me.
with us.
Thank
How
you,
can people
Elena.
get a hold
Thank
of
you
you?
very
Do you
much.
have a quick plug about, if people want to get a hold of you?
Twitter, Elena Samer, and Instagram, Elena Samer.
Okay. You're more than welcome to stick around in our virtual green room. We can bring you back on. I just want to go through the guests and then,
Please,
but
guys, I'm done. I'm out for the night. I'll be watching. Good luck.
thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Elena. Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much.
Have a great
Bye,
night.
Elena.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. All right, guys. That was a lot of information. That was some great information from her. She's a very smart young woman, and you guys should follow her on Twitter, on Instagram. She posts a lot of great educational information.
Things you need to look into.
So, thank you again, Elena. Georg Nazarian is our next guest, who is. Let me see if Georg is ready. I think he might be. I see him his camera, but
There he is. There
Georg.
he is.
All right, Georg, are you ready? I'm going to bring you on, Georg.
I am.
Yeah, there
Hi,
you go.
Georg.
Hi, Georg. How are you?
Hi.
Georg. Hi, Georg.
Hello. Going.
Let me introduce Georg
yeah.
Nazarian. He's a historian. He's the man behind all the research he helps us with our podcast, everything we talk about. He is a
Historical genius.
I mean, he can recite the entire Armenian history
Yes, he can.
if you have time to
Thanks.
sit and hang out with him. But Georg, first of all, thank you so much for taking time. You're joining us from Armenia. I know it's early in the morning over there. We wanted to have you join us to kind of get your, from your point of view, being there in Armenia, being a historian, seeing everything that's happening. What is your opinion? What are your thoughts? Where do you see this going? This is a good thing, bad thing, especially with Nancy Pelosi coming, and what do you think we should do?
Right. First of all, thank you for having me thank you for doing this podcast. This is very important that we're facing, guys. Coming back to the question. Well, I think it was. I mean, Nancy Pelosi's visit is very important because it kind of showed that Armenia is not alone, that we're not, and there, especially in the United States specifically, the political elite is not indifferent to the plight of Armenia. So absolutely, I think it's definitely an important message to especially Aliyev and his allies, Erdogan and all that. Armenia is not alone. So at this critical juncture, diplomacy is very important. So a visit like this sends a clear message, and also very important fall by the Antony Blinken to Aliyev, which again happened on the same day, yesterday, actually. Basically made it very clear that any further aggression against Armenia by the United States, and there would be direct repercussions for. So not only did Nancy visit actually come to the United States, Nancy Pelosi visited Armenia, but actually she basically said against Armenia. So she clearly, called out Azerbaijan and said that it was Azerbaijan and Aliyev that, aggression against Armenia, and their troops invaded Armenia. So that was very, oftentimes you would hear that this vague, statements of putting line between the two parties, saying, that the party should stop it, the parties should stop fighting each other. But now, it was very clear that Azerbaijan is at fault. Azerbaijan is invading the territory of the Republic of Armenia, and we needed something like that. That's very said that there's going to be a further resolution in the Congress that would condemn aggression. And I know, a lot of people say we're concrete, something tangible, but unfortunately, at this point, we have diplomacy, because I completely agree that for the last done more to strengthen Armenia. We should have strengthened our own potential. Fortunately, that wasn't done properly, as we all saw in the last couple of wars, in the war that we're facing now. So at this point, we can't say, we have to do this, we have to do that. Of course, we have to do that, but right now we simply don't. We just don't have that luxury to simply, do that. We should do it from hands, But right now we need powerful, strong diplomacy by the great powers, superpowers, to actually stop this. And I actually heard last guest, and I think she was also making a great point. Armenia's ally, Russia, is not doing that. I mean, clear calls that Azerbaijan should withdraw from the territory of Armenia, that Azerbaijan is invading the territory of the Republic of Armenia. Very indicative that what is going on is in some way or is coordinated with Russia. I mean, unfortunately, this is the reality. Just by looking, we can't just ignore the facts. We have to look them straight, and we can bet into the why Russia has Putin, the president of Russia, policy. But very briefly, this was obviously years in the making, happening now. Obviously, Russia getting closer to Turkey, role in this Russian policy. Russia getting closer to Azerbaijan also plays a policy, and obviously, there are indications to Putin. Obviously, is calculating that maybe I don't know, like with these two is better or serves his ends better than commitment to the alliance to Armenia, which is actually it's fair agreements. We have the 1997 agreement of joint defense with Russia. Actually, Armenia called upon to implement, but hasn't been so far followed. We are also part of this Russian-led CSTO collectivization, which again Armenia called upon under Article 4 of protection state, which is under attack by a third party. It hasn't been again put in force by the CSTO. Even it's come to Armenia, saying that he is planning to do so in the near future, ASAP. I mean, even right now, there's a strong talk that there might be on Armenia from Nakhichevan, from joint Turco-Azeri forces, that the so-called Azeri army in Nakhichevan is actually staffed from Turkey. They have a common border with Nakhichevan. It's very porous, so it's there's a strong Turkish military Nakhichevan. So there's a strong military intelligence that Turkish forces are accumulating in Nakhichevan, and there might be like an attack from the occupied Artsakh part that the Azeris are attacking, but they're going to have this prompt invasion of Armenia, of Vayos, Zor, and Sunni provinces of the Republic of Chevan, and from the occupied Artsakh area, from Karvajar, and those already are occupied by the Azeri army since May of 2020. They are occupied already great deal of the territory of the Republic of Armenia since one. And Armenia has been repeatedly pointing this out, especially in Russia, which as you can see, soon it's going to be like almost a year and a half. They haven't done anything, and I said, like, the reason they haven't done anything is there are these I mean, even the 2020 war already showed to me there are these agreements, these agreements between these three parties, Russia and Turkey, and this was actually very strong indication of this collaboration, which is of course geared again. The February of 2022, this year, alliance, economic and otherwise, that was signed between Russia and Azerbaijan before the war with Ukraine. Actually, just a couple of days before the Putin signed this agreement with Aliyev on February 22nd of 2020, Azerbaijan, citing alliance. Well, if he says I'm an ally, enemy of Armenia, then at least that should raise strong concerns on our part. They just keep saying, Putin and Russian leadership saying, what, it's not geared against us separate. We have our own, treaties with Armenia. Well, fine, but on the ground, those agreements, you're not, you're not doing anything. I mean, again, like I said, Armenia already invoked this agreement between Russia and Armenia. They haven't done anything about that. Armenia has called upon the CS.
I mean, aren't we supposed to be the head of it? I mean, we were supposed to lead that pact, right? We're the head of it for right now. And it's like, I feel like, what are we supposed to do? Armenia is supposed to be help itself. Like, if they're not going to help, it's like, I don't get it, and the fact that, In your opinion, I mean, we all have that sense that something's coming after Pelosi leaves. Is that what's on the street? Like, do you think that's something that's highly likely?
Well, it is. It is. It's very dangerous time, Vic. I'm not. So it's like I said. Right now, we need powerful Armenian diplomats out to these countries, to United States, EU, and not only these countries. I mean, Iran is also another country that has very much going on. They have mobilized their forces in the north of their country because they're also against this so-called Zangezur corridor, quote unquote. They actually call this corridor as gates of Turan. That this is a pan-Turkish plan of uniting not only Azerbaijan, also through Turkey, with Turkey. I mean, Turkey is behind all of these machinations, and beyond Azerbaijan to Central Asia and even beyond. A country that is very volatile and has a great deal of conservatism, which also stakes its own claim against North Iran, saying that northern is also part of so-called Azerbaijan. Remember we talked about this, right?
We spoke about this one time during a live with you. Yeah.
Exactly. So Iran also has this great concerns on this pan-Turkish Turan corridor going across Armenia, and even in 20 declaration, there isn't anything about so-called there's only that a communication route should be open between the countries. Like there's no wording of a corridor, and now they're pushing for this corridor, which is the sovereign territory of Armenia, and make it like an open zone that you can basically smuggle weapons or anything like that, and there are no checks. They're not no like your own
freewheeling, they can do whatever they want.
For now, according to the
go
paperwork, Russia's FSB would be in control if that so-called corridor were to be signed by Nikol. Today, that signature, there's some type of paper that's out, supposedly. This is coming from Armenian media, that if Nikol signs that, literally hours after he signs, you will see another attack. And we'll know about this signature after it's been signed. Is that something you're hearing in Armenia?
Yeah, but I have to point out that several high rankings with the Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan and others in the government, like the Speaker, repeatedly have stated that there would be no corridor going through Armenia. I mean, if we're going to open the communications, okay, fine, but there's no corridor in the Nova. Forget about that. We're not gonna stand by that. So even and there are, for example, like Russian border guards involved. It has to be Armenian checkpoint and going through sovereign territory of the Republic of Armenia. The Armenian checkpoint as well. Okay, because this is a very crucial thing. Get their foothold into Sunik, and this is actually
eventually they'll just hand it over to the enemy, just like they did with Nakhichevan.
Exactly.
That's exactly what they did.
Exactly. This is not about opening out eventual annexation of Sunik and having this link with Chevan, which, as historic part of Armenia, now has 0% Armenian been ethnically cleansed. If we leave Artsakh also within so-called, that's exactly is what's going to happen. We saw through history that Armenians very rule. They don't live. Okay, they're just basically ethnically cleansed, killed. It's not going to happen. So we know what's going to happen to Sunik with this so-called pushed Zangezur quote unquote corridor. And even Iranian officials have been saying that there's no territory by the name of Zangezur. That's
Yeah.
or upon the sovereign territory of the Republic of Armenia. There's a province of Sunik of Armenia. There's no such a thing as Zangezur, okay?
Yeah. There's no such thing. I mean, even the name Azerbaijan was taken from Persia,
from
who
the
actually,
Persia.
It was like a northern territory.
Yeah, who actually appealed.
Still is.
Exactly. That's why
So
oftentimes even their officials, they call the Baku for it as Azerbaijan, because they say Azerbaijan, the real Azerbaijan, is in north of Arax River. There's no Azerbaijan north of Arax River. They call it like or even so-called Baku Republic. Okay, there's never been, this that's the real name of the province of Iran. It's always have been south of the territory of Armenia, and on the Kur River there was the territory of Albania. There's came from Central Asia as invaders. They killed, destroyed, and assimilated on the Albanians, okay, of these territories. Their survivors are exterminated. The Lesgians and others, the native population of so-called Azerbaijan, exterminated. And they're doing the same thing to the Armenians as well. Coming back again to the original question, Vic, I mean, absolutely. I mean, now this is what we can do. Again, long term, I can say what, unfortunately, like, we need short-term solutions. We don't have the time. We're as we speak.
Yeah.
So right now, only very powerful diplomacy. That's all I can say. Armenia is stronger, first of all, economically, militarily, and otherwise. For 30 years, we just, slept at the wheel, so to speak, as so-called oil money, pumped it into their military. Our leadership, unfortunately, all the previous governments, even the current one. It's been 2 years since the war. We still have issues with our own anti-drone defense, with our anti-aircraft defense, missile defense, long range, our own our weaponry. What have they done? 2 years have passed since the I don't want to be negative right now. That's not the time. Maybe program.
No, I know, but it's understandable.
But it's not easy. I'm sure the climate's changed quite a bit over there over the last.
I understand that. Of course, it's not easy. But if they can't deliver the government, you're taking the fate of the country and the people into your own hands. If you do the task, you should step aside. This is what they do. And normal countries.
Georg, what is the atmosphere there of the people as far as?
I was about to say the same thing. I mean, what are people's thoughts, and what is the vibe going on as far as not only the what's going on with the war, but even Nancy Pelosi entering Armenia, meeting with Nikol Pashinyan and the Armenian government. What is the vibe going on? What is the culture saying? How are we basically receiving all of this? What's going on in Armenia right now?
Well, as this was a historic visit, because she's third ranking highest person in the visited Armenia, so that kind of spotlighted Armenia more and showed solid. So obviously, this is a great deal of moral and diplomatic support. People are excited. The people are excited, and this is a very good start. Opportunity. It opens a window of dialogue. But we should develop upon this, and we should basically continue with the United States on the diplomatic front, on other fronts as well, and we have been, to the credit, even to the credit of this government, they realize what's going on. So even like I said, Secretary of State yesterday was very important, because he sent a clear signal to Aliyev that you cannot do wave of aggression against Armenia, there will be repercussions for that. That now we have to
Yeah.
build upon and the worst thing would be like, because they constantly state that, oh no, Armenia should not have a dialogue with you, should not reach out to the United States. Well, obviously you can see that those own national interests would not say that. I mean, we should question people who come with diplomatic moves that Armenia wants to sort of have different sort of, because the security structure system that was in place for 30 years, seeing that it's not working, it's crumbling in front of our eyes. The commitments of our soldiers are not being delivered. So it's only the right thing to do, a new security architecture for Armenia on all fronts. So
Yeah.
you can even see on the streets, they're excited, they're hopeful. Of course, cases of ordinary people, guys, you see a lot of concern. They're concerned because they realize that the war is still ongoing. They realize that a new attack Republic of Armenia by this Turkish Azeri forces can take at any moment. Exactly when Nancy Pelosi leaves Armenia, this is what they say. Independence Day, September 21st. So a lot of concerns. You see a lot of people doing volunteer work. Think, clothing for our warriors that are defending our borders, and a lot of people are also volunteering. I mean, you see a lot of this on every course of Yerevan. Just especially young people, to their credit, they're volunteering
Yeah.
food, medicine, clothing.
This
God
is
forbid,
happening right now.
right now,
Okay.
for a
So
couple of, I
they're
would
kind
say,
of
maybe.
getting ready almost. They
Yeah.
kind of sense it that
Yeah.
it's going to happen no
Yeah.
matter what.
Yes, we have to be ready. We have to be ready for. We have to be ready even for an all-out mobilization. And our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, I would even say, be ready to help in again, like with know military supplies. I don't know, anything that you even physically here. If you can't, that's fine. Think of how you can help. I know, like in the lot of maybe perhaps after the war, with the result, there was a lot of disappointment. Understand the pain, but right now we can't just give up and say, so many things. Just find ways if you can directly help. Uh, with those, you don't have to go through a third party, but be ready. Be ready to defend Armenia at our motherland. We can't just give up and say, we just give up. We're tired. I don't know. This is a fight. This is a fight for. We should be always ready to do that. And all Armenians, not just Armenia, worldwide. They say
Yeah.
we're like
No.
10 million, worldwide. I mean, that's a powerful, mobilize and organize. I think our greatest drawback, we're always weak at mobilization and organization. We need to,
Yeah.
we need to mobilize our resources. We're not mobilizing our resources. Again, I don't want to be critical at this point, even like our embassies are more. I mean, every consulate and embassy of the Republic of Armenia, every center, society has to be a mobilizing center for the local community. Like if we're talking about the LA community, okay, our consulate should be the point around. They haven't delivered on that.
Yeah.
They haven't mobilized our community there. Even this has to be done. This should have been done. Like people should have been there already, like on rosters of who cares of this kind of a scenario. If somebody, for example, like wants to volunteer, he has like a United States Army, like has been a ranger or like in the special forces, that person like this type of coordination. If
Yeah.
somebody is going to donate, has like donation, like for example, in the United States, we have a lot of people that are in the military in the United States, even retired people. Can you imagine the level of their expertise, drones, even on
Yeah, Georg,
military?
but the problem is the government won't allow those people to, especially from the diaspora. You know, the problem we have with the current government is that they've completely shut off the diaspora. They almost insulted all of us. You know,
But
like
this
stay
government
out
is
of it.
not
Then.
the one responsible for that.
What do you mean?
So the
The
diaspora was able
being
to
shut
vote.
out. I mean, recently.
Yeah, no, that's not recent. Robert Kochina is the ones that took away diaspora's right to vote.
No, I'm not talking about voting.
Not voting,
I'm not
but
talking about
Overall,
voting. I'm
to
talking
have a
about,
voice. Well, if you
participating.
can't vote, you can't have a voice, guys.
well, why didn't Nico bring it back? I mean,
Because
he's
he's
in charge
just
now.
as, buddy. They're all the same.
They're all the same.
There is no difference.
There's no difference.
Four
Okay.
in a row. All four
Look,
are the same people.
I'm just hoping with Nancy Pelosi showing up to Armenia with with her delegates and meeting with Prime Minister Pashinyan. I just hope there isn't any sort of desperation or any sort of weakness shown on our behalf, because from the videos you watch, I mean, it just shows constant gratitude, constant thanking, constant. It's like, look, you can thank somebody
That's
a certain
just
amount of
show.
time. No, I know. It's like you guys got to try
Yeah,
harder
that's
than this.
funny.
I just hope there isn't weakness.
I hope
and
this-
desperation showed on behalf of Armenia, because
Yeah.
when somebody of that stature sees weakness and desperation, I mean,
Yo, that great.
let's continue to bend over backwards and pull down our pants. Let me put it to you that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Georg, I know you got to get to work, so thank you so much for
Thanks, Gev.
joining
Thank
us. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you,
We'll
buddy.
definitely
Thank you,
talk
Georg.
to you offline. We have a lot of stuff
Sure.
coming up with our show. So, again, thank you so much. Be safe. We'll talk to you soon, and then hopefully everything works
Yeah.
out, man.
Yeah.
So,
Great. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thanks,
You
Kev.
know,
Thank you for
God
joining us, buddy.
be with
Appreciate it.
Armenia. We have to be strong. Okay,
Yes,
guys. Thank
definitely.
Take care, brother.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
you. Take care.
Sorry for the choppy audio, ladies
Yeah,
and
guys. Sorry, he's in Armenia, so I think his connection was just not the best. Maybe Azerbaijan's doing something.
He's using dial-up.
Yeah. All right. So we have Stepan Partamian who's going to join us next. I see him in the green room. Looks like he's ready.
Stepan.
He's joining us from Armenia, right?
Yeah, he's in
Yes.
Armenia too. He's in. So
If you-
hopefully
Can you
his audio is
confirm
not
he
choppy
has-
either.
yeah,
Guys, if
So,
your kids aren't sleeping, put your kids to bed.
yeah,
Yes.
So
'Cause I think Stepan's gonna be joining WiseNuts style. Maybe
Look at that face.
some bombs might go flying.
Look at that face. Happy belated birthday.
Do we sing
Why
you
is it
happy
that you
birthday or
guys
what?
are- Well, my birthday, but the whole year is my birthday. Why is it that my name is put the kids into the bed and such on? I think the kids need to listen to me more than the. I'm just going to give you a scenario of what's going on right now. Diaspora is in action, but if you have a hostile neighbor in your street, listen to you. You become ready for that neighbor to do so many things. So what you do is security monitoring systems, and you put it on your doors, on your backyard, so that neighbor is doing to you. But what we do is that we're having a barbecue,
Oh,
And
hold
then
on,
suddenly-
Stepan Jamiva.
Stepan,
Ge-
Stepan.
Are you able to connect like a headset or something so your voice is not choppy?
I think that Armenia in general is really having internet issues because it was happening with Gevork
Yeah,
as
with
well.
Gevork.
There's
Now,
something going on.
Let me ask you a question. Are you is the phone on any sort of stand or something?
yeah, it is.
If the
How about the work?
okay, the only reason why I say it is because if the bottom of the microphone is covered, the audio may go in and out. That's why.
Okay, now I can't see my. It's a proper angle right now because this. Can you hear me
If
better
you
right
can
now?
push the phone back a little bit. Push the phone back a little bit. or you go back.
There you
Yeah,
go.
Because
That's
I
good.
can't
that works. That
myself.
works.
We could.
Is this
Okay.
is this better?
Yeah, yeah. I think
Because
That's
I
better.
can't see myself on the phone right now.
It's okay. We could see you.
We
We
could
could see
see
you
you, though.
perfectly. Oh, you
Oh,
fell.
Oh, you just fell down.
Okay, all right,
the
here.
beauty of doing a live show.
Stepan Ura studiót ba.
Yeah, because in the iPhone organ, because I tried with my computer, but I'm using the cell phone reception. Now we have never been ready. We will never be ready because we are a Horovat. As I said, on your street, your next door neighbor is hostile. You become ready for it. But what we do is we continue doing Horovats to come over. Nancy, come over. We're having a Horovat. And then suddenly in the backyard is so happy. But your neighbor next door is planning on destroy. I've been in Armenia for 2 weeks right now. I came to pay for the 20 cents, which I did. And right now I am here to document from Teleton about how we're doing things. And one is it's best of times people are having. The of what's going on in Armenia is not the same as what's going on in Armenia. And we can never unite, and we will never unite, get organized. And that's the problem with Armenians. We have unorganized organizations. We have things that we do in the diaspora. I'm so negative right now in what I'm saying, but that's the reality. All the locations, restaurants. Yes, there are some kids on the streets collecting water, but it's not an organized thing. It's like my uncle is doing this, so let me go and help him. Another uncle is doing something. Yet we need to get. Let's forget what has happened before. For 2 years after the war, having our chorovat and barbecue instead of being ready in the diaspora. You guys know that I'm always against the rallies and the protests. The point for the last 25 years that those are things that doesn't help anybody. In Los Angeles, there was a demonstration in front of the Azerbaijani embassy. On a Sunday, nobody is there. We just demonstrate because it's better to do it on a or like there was another demonstration again late at night, or we just give speeches, being very emotional, utilize emotion. One thing that the Armenian nation lacks is logic. Yes, who are intelligent and logical, but there are very minute portion, very the nation. So as far as don't get involved in politics, I look at things from a perspective. Nancy Pelosi was going to drive by, and there were idiots to USA. There were people organized on the streets, American flag, and so tomorrow, if China does the same thing, we will do the same thing. Mentality that Armenians have in the diaspora and in Armenia is Armenia. Armenia needs to have a strong army. The local government, the current government and the past government hasn't had a strong army. We're still having our barbecue from Levon Der-Bedrosian days to Ser Sarkisian's days to Nigo's days. The government is not a nationalistic government. It is an internationalist. Are been threatening Armenia for so many years, and Armenians are saying, no, we can. That mentality needs to be changed in the government of Armenia today. So this is reality, but nobody wants to understand reality. Very nationalistic and start singing Banko Toman Karavadze. That was what have we done in the 100 years? And as you know, in Armenia, you don't have people who are experts in their field assigned to those fields. From Nigel's system to Roberts to Levon. It is always Zanot Paregam becomes your interior minister instead of or you it goes to America instead of having a career diplomat negotiate and how to do things. So I don't see a bright future for our diaspora nor in Armenia. We will always be under somebody's else dictatorship. And now, as you guys know, what's going on in this thing prior, and I saw some of the comments, we're so naive in believe Islam war. We are so naive to believe this is a territorial war between them. The key element is Iran. And if you guys know North-South Highway being built in Armenia to accommodate
it's their trade route.
Yeah, to go to the Black Sea. We are so naive. Azerbaijan is only 99 years old. We are 7,000 years old. Those are the Armenian genocide happened because of petroleum. Today, because of petroleum too. 1915, it was the Iraqi petroleum. It is the Iranian petroleum. So we as Armenians need to wake emotional, I love you, you hate me situation. We need to be more loved. We are not ready for anything today. We will never be ready for anything because we love the situation when an other doesn't do anything. And the sad part is that these 5,000 who were killed during the war, they went in vain. It's so unfortunate. So a wake-up call to Armenians will never have a genocide occurs. And again, immediately after genocide that happens, we will go back to our Khorovad status and inviting other leaders to come and say, oh, you guys are so good. You know, Chrimian Heydrich had a very important message 100 years ago. Have we implemented it? No. Armenia is that, you know, like I always bash Armenians by saying I know everything. It is very prominent in Armenia. In regardless, you give an advice, they tell you I know everything.
Stepan, but
yes, go
you
ahead.
don't think the military army has improved over the last 2 years?
Militaries, my dear friend, there is no military because Nigos has created a vacuum in military power so not be thrown out. Now, what you see is, yes, there are, I mean, right now, talk about those things right now. Yes, there is a military, but you guys know better that orders are not being given to defend. Orders are in 2020 to protect Shushi. Shushi was given because it was agreed upon. They died in vain. So yes, right now volunteer units alongside of whatever it is. I don't want to go in detail, but again, you say, let's buy shoes, let's buy vests, let's buy like those are for the volunteers. It is not for the Armenian. And let's not go there, but continue. I would like to talk about the Armenian carriers
Stepan,
destroyed Armenia. Yes.
Stepan, I want to add something when you talked about the oil as far as the Armenian genocide. There is a book called Betrayal, The Promise Never Kept. And it really talks about how the Armenian genocide happened because of the oil. So those of you out there who want to definitely read it. It's a great book. Again, it's called Betrayal, The Promise Never Kept. And it's co-written by a bunch of Armenian authors and also non-Armenians. And it's a great book. So I don't know if you read it or not.
And nothing has changed today. 2022, it is the Iranian petroleum gas. Because remember, Azerbaijan went and made a deal with petroleum. Russia is saying, I'm not going to provide you, but Azerbaijan is providing. And Russia are brothers trying to destroy Iran. Many pigs in between that everybody's experimenting on. If you guys remember, in 2020, the north-south highway was being, and after the war, it stopped. Just recently, the north-south highway, their construction. Now we have this war. I mean, things from emotional perspective, but it is all about the north side, allow Iran to take its products to the Black Sea. So smarter, you guys know that I use the word abush very randomly. We are really ambushateers. We look at things, and then, like, what pisses me off is let's pray for Armenia. Forget about the past. I don't know who was praying in 1915, but in 2020, Armenia, and we lost Artsakh, and we will lose Artsakh next. So Armenians are so idiots. They go after emotions instead of going after. You guys know I've been talking about this thing for 20, 25 years. Yet, aid of expressing the truth. Now, there are certain people who are in on because of their relations, relations. Armenian government is very incompetent. The Armenian government is based on and not experts. I read someplace that the economy minister was actually I didn't read the article, but somebody said that they said that thing, and it could be very, very possible. Like there was an economy is much better than the Saudi Arabia economy today. The last 7 proposal, the minister of economy was build more hotels. To be so stupid to believe that the country that has provided petroleum to it has less economy than our economy. I can't predict what's going to happen, but in the diaspora and in Armenia, I can predict that they are sheep, and is the shepherd that shows them where to eat, and they just follow. So that's my point.
Unfortunately, it is true.
I don't know. See, this is the problem right now. I'm sure everybody's going to bash me for telling the truth, but take action on it.
We named the
nothing. Go ahead. Diaspora can do nothing about Armenia, and all your protests of whatever you guys want to send to Armenia is only like 1%, 100% that can change. We need to be more firm on government. We have to do better. And see, the problem with diaspora, and I have stated in my past shows is that they like to take with whoever the leader is. Diaspora leadership doesn't care. It's very emotional. Yes, yes, about that. We need to be real in how to deal with Armenia's social structure and how the young Armenians are getting in Armenia. When somebody's salary is $125, restaurant in Armenia and have a tomahawk for $150. Working there is getting paid $10 or $15 tips if he gets tips. The mentality needs. I had an interview earlier this year where I said Armenia needs to be changing Armenia, because with the last 600 years before that, we as Armenians have turned into vochkars. Make money however we can make money from. We are ready to do that. Nationalistic agenda. And it's so at us from that perspective, and they know that we are that. If $100 million and I'm gonna give it to Armenians, whoever is a stupid guy will say, Baron Partamyan took mer askim badivnek, our country. If you guys know, Rupen Vartanyan won't give away his Russian citizenship and move to Artsakh. Do you know that the Putin Act in Congress as one of the oligarchs whose assets could be seized because in Russia and Ukraine? And I published it on my wall.
Oh yeah, read about this.
His name is one of the names of the people that the Putin Act. I don't know what number is the motion, but see, we are in motion. No, he's trying to protect, denouncing his Russian citizenship. So again, those are realities, but we don't. Everybody is dependent on the other person who has $1 more of that. Not only the poor person who has only $1 in his pocket, it is even less millions than the other person who's a billionaire. So,
Stepan, we have about seven minutes with you left. Really quickly, we named this podcast
perfect.
the fate.
Go back to sleep. Go ahead.
we named the podcast "Fate of Armenia." Very, very quickly, with about now the 6 minutes we have left, how do you see the fate of Armenia after Nancy Pelosi leaves, after this war continues, or hopefully it completely ends? How do you see?
How does it play out?
How does this all play out? Very quickly.
I can't predict, but nothing is going to change between what Azeris and Turks want to do to Armenia. We are Sherep. We don't have the Yergate Sherep. Khrimian Hayrik said we need Yergate Sherep. So right now it is all about Iran. Forget it exists. Armenia exists only for us. We haven't made Armenia so strong. Say with all the intellect that we have in the diaspora, and because you guys know about my books and how I present Armenians who have changed the whole planet, but none of those inventions help Armenia, because Armenia proper with Armenia, because I call the whole planet Armenia, the diaspora. Hayastansi say yes, kidem. Nothing is going to change, and be pessimistic. We can change those things once we accept. As an Armenian national character, we don't accept our faults. We only say, I know. Here in Yerevan every day, from a waiter to taxi driver to They know jack shit. When you try to explain to them, they interrupt you and say, today Nigo says, I know. His defense minister says, I know. Made a joke that his defense minister was in Washington and he was defending Armenia, but he came back right away. I mentioned that Yerevan lies. We need to be real and stop lying to each other. The fate of Armenia changes the minute we accept why we are lying, accept that diaspora has more knowledge on how to take care of issues, yet another bunch of liars. So we have selective people in the whole world, million Armenians in the whole planet. I can assure you there's only 100,000 Armenian wannabes. Now, whoever wants to say I'm having fun with what let them say it. My Armenia, we're going to be slaves to another nation, either Russia or the Turks. This is my statement by giving you an example. Hawaii is one of the states of Hawaii has its own culture and it has its own language. Yet the official is English. So Armenia has two choices right now. Part of the ex-Soviet Union being under it becomes one of the wilayats of the Turkic plan with local government right now. Now it's going towards the pan-Turkic idea. Luis.
Stepan, thanks so much for joining us. We
Thank
really
you,
Stepan.
appreciate it.
Appreciate that, Stepan.
Be
Hope
safe.
to see you back at home.
Yeah,
Stepan.
when you get back, we'll
By
have
the
you on, and
way,
we'll
it's very safe here. There's nothing going on. Tourists are on the streets, like are packed. Coffee shops are packed. Nothing that you guys think that border and those small border villages, and just like the song Adonai Vochbe song that everybody starts crying, it says Zeytun Zeytun is another village, Adonai is another village. They did not help each other during the and thriving with businesses. Party Luis.
Yeah.
enjoy the rest of your
we
trip
couldn't
there,
get one
Stepan.
positive word out of you again, Stepan. One positive word out of you.
Negative doesn't mean I'm not positive. I am the most positive person on this planet. He's not negative.
He's a realist.
The realist.
Yeah, realist. Stepan, enjoy the rest of your
Reality
trip
is
in
not
Armenia.
negative. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you when you get back.
Yes, definitely. Definitely.
Take care, Stepan.
It's funny. Stepan says that where he goes, the restaurants are full, the cafes are full. On the 13th, when the attacks were taking place, my parents were in Armenia, and I called my parents and I said, I waited for morning and I said, "Are you guys okay? Is everything fine?" Their reaction was,
Wait, what's
"Well,
going
yeah,
on?
why what's going on?" I'm like, "Well, what do you
Yeah.
mean what's going on?" I'm like, "Are
brutal.
you guys safe? Is everything okay?"
That's brutal.
I know you guys were in Jermuk 2 days ago. I'm okay, and they go, "What are you talking about? Everything is fine." I'm like, "Well, there was an attack in Armenia," and my mom was like, "Okay, yeah, where?" And I was like, "Well, in Jermuk, in different areas of the south border of Armenia."
Papan.
Yeah, and Rapa, and she
Yes.
goes, "There's no way." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Is nobody talking about it?" She goes, "Well, no, not really. I mean, we had breakfast. Your dad was downstairs, and everything felt like just another day in Yerevan."
Arno, that's a perfect way to. Actually, the funny thing is, my sister-in-law is in Armenia right now. Same thing. When we reached out to her, see if everything, she's like, "What are you talking about?" And she's like, "Oh, we heard there were some little
Guys, don't
shootings
forget
and
the
things
same
like that."
media,
Yeah.
the same media control we
Yeah.
have here. Armenia media is pretty much owned by 2-3 people
Yeah.
as well. Nicole being one of them, and the other 2 past presidents being the other 2 owners of all media in Armenia.
Yeah,
So
that's
you
very
get
true.
what you get.
Yeah. One thing I want to before we bring our next guest is actually he's a listener. He's a fan of our show, and he's in Armenia right now, and he wanted to kind of chime in and give his view from being there. His name's Levon Stepanyan. But before I bring him on, I want to mention something. Everybody in the chat, please be respectful towards each other. We understand this is a very emotional
Hot
time,
topic, yeah.
hot topic. You know, we all have opinions. Just respect one another, please.
Yeah, we were just talking about uniting. So
See, wait, so really quickly, Alex is saying bring someone with better connection. Alex, listen, if I was the owner of Charter or Spectrum in Armenia, I'd make better connection. We don't have power for that, man. The people are getting on whatever the internet signal is there. That's what it is. Unfortunately, Armenia is a third world country, man. They don't have the luxuries of the 5Gs and the Wi-Fi's we have here. So you got to bear with us, brother.
Yeah.
yeah, you guys have luxuries here.
Yeah, we're
First
privileged.
world problems,
Yeah,
right?
first world problems.
So I'm gonna bring on Levon, and you know, like I said,
Is this gonna be
he's a
video or
listener.
audio?
Is
It's
it
video.
video
It's video. So hopefully his connection is good.
Yeah,
If
let's
it-
try it. Here's
If
the
it's static, you change it to audio only. Have him call in because I mean, the listeners are right. I mean, we can't even hear anything.
Yeah.
So it's on.
Yeah.
I can make out some of the words
Yeah.
myself.
It's like listening to Nancy Pelosi speak. I mean,
yeah.
Nancy Pelosi's worse than that.
All right. Well, let's cross our.
we need to fix it, the
Yeah,
Wi-Fi in
let's-
Armenia, and that
let's-
could be the first.
We can even provide a translator for
walks
that
around
lady.
with
and
an
we're
IV
still
of-
complaining, guys.
Walks around with an IV of liquor.
All right. Let's cross our fingers, and those of you give pray that his connection is better. So here we go.
Hello, can you guys
Hello.
hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Levon.
Third time's the charm.
I tapped into Pelosi's connection, so I don't have the Joe
Attaboy.
Biden.
There you go.
There you
Attaboy.
You took your
Oh,
Wi-Fi
much
with you, didn't you?
Yeah, I don't even know. I guess the people I'm with, we got good Wi-Fi here.
All right, you got the hookups.
Nice.
First of
Well,
all,
I could hear him
Levon,
perfectly.
like I said, Levon is a follower, listener of our podcasts, and you're there right now visiting, correct?
Yes, I've been here for approximately 2 weeks now.
Okay.
I've been
wow.
seeing my fiance, future wife, and family.
I don't
Wow.
know if we should congratulate you on that at this point.
Is the wedding
Well, you're
happening
Into some
there, or is it going to
dangerous
happen here?
territories.
Well, we'll see what the Biden administration, along with Homeland Security, says with the extra long wait times for visas.
I like level.
Oh wow, yeah. Well,
I
Levon,
like you guys too.
thank you. So we were talking off, a couple of days back, and you sent me some videos of just the atmosphere in Armenia, and
Yeah.
like I said, we've heard of things where there's small kind of like collecting water, that just like how Georg was saying, but you sent me some videos where it was just like that people don't give two shits at that point, So you being from here and visiting right now, what is your opinion? What can you just give us some information? What is the overall atmosphere, the
Climate
people,
there.
climate, like your point of view from being from America, from here, LA?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not from LA. I'm actually from Philly. But
All right, sorry,
yeah.
Philly, my bad.
But okay,
should
so the
come to
videos
LA.
I sent you was kind of like how Stepan was saying, if you're in Yerevan, blah blah blah, this and that, like that was kind of like how should I put it? Like an extreme sense of just not ignorance. I don't know quite the right word to use, but that's just your everyday. That was not in Gentron. That was not in, anywhere in the, go-to places in the city or anything like that. That was just your everyday, walk in the park, walking down the street, gas station, taxis, bustling, all that stuff, But as far as the people's mindset, what I've seen from my friends and relatives, I don't know if that's not the majority, but I would like to think it's at least more than half. But so here's what I would say and how I would put it. Stepan was saying, բոլորը խորոված գնեն գորը, գշարունակվի եւ այլն, right? No, thanks, Chi. I was out yesterday. We sat down for a picnic just to have, lunch. We were in Dilijan, and we sat down, and my father-in-law said, we're not going to do a fire or anything like that. And there was other picnics, couple people here and there, and they saw us, you know. And the one guy came up and he asked for a little bit of salt, you know, and even he said, he's like, you know, it's, you know, at least we both, you know, both parties acknowledged each other, saying like, you know, at least there's people still that are respecting that, you know, what's going on, you know, the situation is not good, you know, it's worse than not good, right? And there's people that are still respecting that. We're not doing a chorovats. We're not even lighting a fire. You know what I mean? No, we're not. We wouldn't even play music. Like if the only music we played was like, you know, nationalistic songs. You know,
Yeah.
There's the last time I heard a, you know, happy American song was probably the day or 2 days before the attacks happened. So, you know, and the only thing that I hear people talking about is this, you know, you walk down the street, you just hear a couple friends just hanging out, and that's what they're talking about, the situation, you know, just discussing, um, just discussing this war and this attack. And a lot of times it's not even discussing politics so much. And I will say, I did have a discussion, a heated discussion in politics with someone, a relative. And, you know, I came to the realization it doesn't matter what he says, what I say, because at the end of the day, us six sitting here, you know, the viewers, everybody, we can say what we think and our opinions. Stepan Partamia can say what he thinks. It doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, we don't actually know. You know, he said, I want to touch on a couple things that he said. He talked about the military, and he talked about how, you know, there's, you know, what was the words he used? He said Nicole, I don't know, guys, help me out. He said something about the military and how we're basically just stuck and no one's going to do anything about it.
Are you talking about Stepan?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That was one of the points he mentioned about the military. Anyway, it doesn't matter what he said. The fact is that the military is there. If you look at statistics, like we start from Levon Petrosian, like after the first Artsakh war. Let's start 1995. Between and these are statistics that anybody can find if you dig around. I came across them sometime last year. I don't remember exactly where it was, but it was a document, like an actual document. And basically it tells you, starting from 1995, if not even a little bit earlier, all the way till when I saw it, it was up until the war, around, give or take, around the war 2020. So if you look at those stats, you'll see that basically the most amount of weapons that were purchased was during Nikol's time. However, we all know, I'm sure you've all seen.
Where are those weapons today?
No, let me finish and you'll understand what I'm talking about. How to lie with statistics, right? We've all heard that, right? So when you buy weapons that are useless, when you buy weapons that are outdated or useful but not updated to where it will shoot down a drone or detect something as small as a drone, as fast moving, you know, you can have, let's say, you know, a rifle, but if your scope isn't, you know, perfect, you're not going to be able to shoot it down, right? Let's just make it simple like that.
They're not matching 1-to-1.
Yeah, they're not matching
So to
1-to-1.
speak,
They're
yeah.
not even matching 1/2 bro. It's, you know, I hear people talking about, you know, oh, you know, the AKs, you know, they're only giving out 20 AKs in certain village, but there's 200 people ready to volunteer. Bro, let's be real. An AK-47 isn't going to do anything. Even if it's the best rifle in the world, it's still not going to do anything when it comes to a drone that's about to drop bombs or a suicide drone and,
Kamikaze.
you know, take out 50 people at one point. You know what I mean? And they don't even know it's coming. I mean, you've all seen the videos from the 2020 war. Soft guy not since like 15, 20 people, and we just watched their last minutes, their last seconds, and then boom, it's gone. You see their body parts flying. They didn't even know. And that's, you know, unfortunate that we don't have the weapons, we don't have the defense mechanisms in place. So just because a certain person, a certain administration bought more weapons than another, that statistics don't mean anything. So
Well, I think that's what Stepan was going towards. He was saying there is no military, there is no army.
Well, it's not
Yeah.
that there is no army.
You can't
Well,
say that.
not.
man.
I don't mean
we-
I don't mean physical army, as in like we're
have,
way behind as
We're
far as our
lacking.
technology.
We're lacking major upgrades. We're not
it's
up
not
to
just-
date to compare in comparison to what everyone else has.
it's not just about the equipment. You guys have to realize the soldiers we have in Armenia, they're 18, 19, 20-year-old kids.
Yeah.
These guys are not professional soldiers. They're fighting
Not like-
against 30, 35-year-old professional soldiers. A professional soldier means that's what they do for a living. They kill for a living. Have you seen the soldiers we have? They're like
Yeah, I
100,
know, they're kids.
130-pound kids.
Right.
And
they're
and,
kids.
I
and
mean-
most of them can't wait to get out after their 2 years is done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's the truth. They just something they have
I'm
to go
not
and serve and get out.
I'm not questioning their heart. I'm not questioning their will to fight. But there's also the physical aspect of it and the mental aspect of it. You know, a 35-year-old has seen war, has been to different parts of the world. These kids have never left Armenia. And now to have to fight against an enemy, an unseen enemy, because like we talked about, drones and all these other, AI and so on and so forth. But
Yeah, they're literally handed a gun and said,
yeah, I mean, and when you see these guys, they're so tiny. You
But
know?
guys, besides those soldiers, we do have volunteer groups. We do have.
Who are
I
these
want to
volunteers?
touch on that. I want to touch on that. Continue. Finish what you're saying. I want to touch on that though.
Besides the 18-year-olds, we do have volunteer groups. Some of those people are protecting their own homes, and some are sent by the government after a supposed 3-month training. But I hear that what happened was the people that were sent on this last 3 months were the people that were protesting against today's government, and they were supporters of the last two crooks. So we don't really have accurate information from our own government. That's what we're lacking is information.
look,
And that
Well,
could be on purpose too, guys.
but-
We probably shouldn't know everything.
I heard conversations, I overheard and direct conversations where they were talking about how the military wants to offer soldiers $1,000 to $1,200 a month for them to actually stay long term and
like
be
what the army does.
vested and committed to the military.
Yeah.
They have
Actual
programs
career.
like that. They have
Yeah.
programs like that.
Well,
just like here.
How much?
But
were
no,
they paying
Armand,
you?
I understand you say but the 18, 19-year-olds and stuff, but listen, our army is like about 150,000. There's special forces. We have those things. It's just they don't just deploy
We're not
them right
using
away.
them at the
We're not
time.
using them. If the Armenian army actually gets deployed, we're 150,000 strong with the special forces and different fractions and things like that.
And don't forget,
Right
we
now-
also have a lot of reservists too.
Yeah,
who
a lot
are-
of reservists, which is another
I'm not
100,000, I think.
Yeah, and I'm not talking. If the reservist isn't the person who's Atamnere Tapats, 60 years old, I'm going to die
Yeah,
anyway. Let me go out with a bang. I'm talking about people who actually served, whether it was 2 years or they have the knowledge. They go, I forget, every few months or so, and they get there. Like we have our National Guard here. It's not the same. I'm not going to do a one-to-one comparison.
Yeah,
with
it's
USA.
apples and oranges. You can't compare it.
Yeah, but we do have a reservist army too. And you mentioned the volunteer groups. A lot of these volunteer groups are people that formed an army back in the first war. Unfortunately, a lot of those men died. However, there are groups that are still there doing their job, they're obligated. They're going to do that until they literally can't. And I'm not going to bring names into this. I talked to you about, I might have another guest, but I got his point of view on it and, just had some discussions. But in the first days, or it was only 3 days, but the first day or two, even the full 3 days, they weren't, the official military command was not allowing, you could say, Nicole was not allowing mobilization of those units.
Is that on purpose?
Well, you can't really say 100% if it's on purpose or not. It could also be a strategic move. Like you said, we have special forces. We have real soldiers who have the experience, right? In any war, though, in any battle, you don't send in, especially when you're being attacked. When you're being attacked, you need to defend. I mean, think about chess. You don't send in your queen right away. You don't send in your bishop right away. You have your pawns that make the first moves to create a defensive line. So again, in 3 days, it's very difficult to kind of, decide whether it's on purpose or not. Yeah, obviously, we're Armenians. We're very emotional. We'll say it was on purpose, right? We'll say Dawa Januman, this and that. But again, we don't 100% know. Okay, so that being said, I mean, I'll say one small thing, and that's it. I don't want to, be like the idiot. You guys saw the video. He's like with the Vartani sign behind him saying we shouldn't be
Yeah.
saying our positions, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Well, as of right now, there are movements going on. When I say movement, I mean actual, troop movement. I don't know if you guys saw. There's a couple groups that are Azeri groups that are being basically starved. They're encircled. These Azeri soldiers are encircled for the past, I don't know what's it been now.
You know, the
3-4 days.
Armenian side did use that same tactic in 2020 and advertised to us that we have them encircled, but then looking
Well,
back
that was
today,
different because that war didn't end in 3 days. This is, ceasefire moment. So I'm not, again, it's not a very important thing. It's trivial at this point whether there's 50 soldiers or 10 soldiers that are encircled, whether they'll get starved out, whether they'll, put up the white flag, whether they'll be killed. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. It's not going to make or break anything, but that's just a small little.
does that bring back the
So-
amount of land we
Microcosm.
have lost in the last 3 days? So we're talking about 3 days, but 3 days we have lost land and 150 plus Armenian brothers and sisters.
Yeah, but
Yes.
you do
So the
lose land
Turkish
during war
nation-
and you can gain it.
Yes,
I mean, it's
but the
back and
Turkish
forth.
nation is like 90, 100 million people. And
Well, here-
just
Not the entire country goes to war against
of
you.
course
I mean,
not,
you're talking
but
about armies
no, but
fighting.
it doesn't matter, bro. When you have 100 million people, you have a bigger military than you do when you're only 3 million people.
Well, besides the military force and numeric value of foot soldiers, I mean, let's look at Turkey. It's the second strongest NATO military. I mean, and if you look at Greece about 5-6 years ago, we all remember how catastrophic their situation was economy-wise. Their military was rotting away. It was worse than Armenia has ever been, basically, in our lifetime. But look at them today. Look at the moves that have been made in Greece as of today, in the past 4 years. I mean, Greece's military has grown. I would say five to tenfold at this point from what it was, in its lacking state.
You're not going to be comparing Armenia to a NATO nation.
I'm not,
bro.
because we're not in NATO, and
Exactly.
in our lifetime we probably won't ever be in NATO. That's my opinion. And this whole situation that we're in right now with CSTO, basically, forgive my language, but it's a bullshit organization. Yesterday,
They all
I forget who it was from Russia said CSTO has not taken out its sword yet. And I'm like, at first thought that came to my mind was that sword has never been taken out for us. It's rotting away. It's stuck in there forever. That sword is dead.
It's not
bullshit.
sharpened, that's why.
Yeah.
I think that sword is probably made out of paper like our
No, bro,
spoons are.
that sword is made out of the same steel that the communists built their Bolshevik revolution in the USSR, because that's another part of our fall. I mean, you want to talk about division. You had people that lived in Shushi, and we all know the massacre of Shushi, right? And there were 2 schools in Shushi where Armenians went to. You had your basic Armenian typical school, and then you had a Bolshevik school, right? When the war broke out, after World War I had ended, but there were still battles and fighting happening on the Eastern Front, right? So there were people that went to that Bolshevik school, and they went and joined the Bolshevik army. Guess who they fought against?
Armenians.
Yeah.
On the lands of modern day Azerbaijan, Artsakh.
Yeah.
It's really stupid, because our people are very easy to pander. And the reason for that is because for the past 800 years, we've been, so to speak, in a dire state as far as Utsun, nation, all that.
No kingdom.
No kingdom and no
Statehood.
no. Besides that, just no clear idea, varin chalinelu,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah, they just cruised along.
yeah, they cruised along, and anybody who got any sense of happiness, any sense of, I don't know, joy or safety in regard to their life and how they're going to feel, they moved in that direction. I mean, I had a grandfather who, I'll start with my great grandfather. He escaped the genocide. He got captured. He got taken to the military, the Ottoman military, and he saw what was going on. He saw that the Armenian soldiers are being basically used as slaves and then slaughtered or used as cannon fodder. And
Yeah.
he saw what was happening, and he escaped because at that point it was basically around 1915, 1916. I mean, back then it wasn't, you have to be 18 or older to join. He was around 16 years old back then, and him and a few of his friends were, forcefully taken to the military. And in one way, you can say it was a blessing in disguise for him, at least, because he lived in Polis, in Constantinople, modern day Istanbul, and he was taken instead of being one of the people that lived in, let's say, Mush or Van, that got slaughtered, right, or got picked up and taken and put on against the wall and just executed, right. He was lucky not to be one of those people. So when he was captured, well, let me get to the point where he was captured. He saw what was happening in the military. He escaped, right? He escaped, and he was caught by the military. He was put in military prison. He escaped military prison. He dug his way out under the wall, and then he was caught again. I don't know, a week or two later, and at that point, he was basically put under higher supervision, and then he ended up killing some people and escaping again. And at that point, he made his way to the port, and at the port, he met a Greek guy. The Greek guy said, he's like, relax. He's like, I'm Greek, I'm not Turkish. And he's like, I know what's going on. Like, you got to escape too. He's like, there's a ship that's coming in right now, and it's going to go to Thessaloniki, to Greece. So he's like, just rub your face with some dirt, pick up some cargo, whatever, and get on the ship. Act like you're a crew member and just get the hell out of here. So that's how he escaped. And he ended up living in Greece, Thessaloniki, for about 4 or 5 years, and then he found out about, some of his family had made it to Soviet Armenia at that point. So in the 20s, early mid-20s, he moved to Soviet Armenia from Greece. But he was a person that, the reason I talk about this is because he was a person that he respected authority. He saw the strength, right, of the Soviet Union, and he respected that, right. He made sure, like, his kids didn't go out and say anything. I mean, you had to be disciplined to basically stay alive for the first 40 years or so, until after Stalin died. And he even told my grandfather, if somebody tells you, like, asks you, each party, like, dashnake, kanchake, this and that, he told my grandfather, like, just straight up.
Yeah.
Yes, I am. It come by.
Yes, I am, right, exactly. But again, my grandfather was a very, very strict in regards to how he lived his life as a Soviet citizen. He abided by those Soviet rules, not only physically, but also he mentally, he agreed with it, like, he went with that plan. My dad's generation, I guess all of our dad's generation, they're the ones that started the Soviet type of agenda, right? They got it, right? I'll give you an example. My father, when he was in college, he had an economics course, and the teacher, a Russian teacher, asked him, what's the difference? Tell me a comparison between capitalism and communism. And at that point, I guess it was like the beginning of the semester, so there wasn't actual, like, they went through the book or whatever. So my dad gets up and he's like, basically what that means is what it actually means, what the actual difference is.
Yeah.
After he said that, the teacher was just shocked and looking at his face and, like, pulled him to the side and said, don't say things like that out loud anymore. You'll get yourself killed.
Jeez.
And gave him a book to go read. And he's like, I went and read this bullshit Soviet book to not get killed, basically.
Wow.
How to not get killed in Soviet
101.
Russia?
Like, tell them what they
101?
want to hear. Tell them what they want to hear, basically, right? And
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So, and there's coming to today, I mean, we have people that still have that Soviet mentality. And honestly, I mean, it's weird because I'm in my 30s and I grew up understanding what that means, what that mentality is. Like Sovietum sense, Soviet sense. Like grew up in America, but I mean, I
Oh
had
yeah,
a
our parents revel in it. They still talk
yeah.
about it.
But
Yeah, man.
but here's the point. I mean, I don't know if you've tried this, but have you tried debating it with a father or
Oh yeah.
somebody?
Oh
But when
yeah.
you bring out an actual fact, like I said, like my dad will sit there on his own and think about like, this sucked in the Soviet Union. Like there's a reason why we wanted to leave. He's like, why did we have to have a black market to buy a pair of jeans?
Yeah.
Why were there certain stores that we had to have international currency, let's say a dollar or a British pound or whatever, to go use that currency in a certain store to buy a product that's not Soviet?
Oh
You know
yeah,
what I mean?
anything Western was basically frowned upon.
Well,
anything.
it wasn't frowned upon. Everybody loved that
No,
stuff,
it just
man.
wasn't allowed.
No.
man.
As far as the government was like, no, this is it's frowned upon, as in like it was censored, bro. I remember during whose time was it? Who was the president? I think it was Nixon, bro, where they introduced washing machines to
You
Soviet.
were around when Nixon was president?
No,
Of
it's
course,
this
bro.
Is,
What
this
are you
is shit that
talking
I'm.
about?
He's
We
like,
were
I
all there,
remember.
bro.
I remember, yeah, Nixon. I remember.
You see, Lev,
Nixon.
this is you try to bring up a conversation and a topic.
No,
this is
because
what-
you
this is what
said,
get.
I remember.
I remember
That's
Nixon.
why.
My
Check it, check it.
ass.
Okay, you have to be
He
very
handed-
specific with these
Armand,
guys. You got to be
Armand,
very specific
Armand,
with these
He
guys.
handed him the phone when Nixon called the astronauts.
I was part of Watergate scandal.
Congratulations.
No, okay. Let me be more
That's what he
specific.
did.
I remember viewing videos and reading about Nixon when he was meeting with the Soviet Union, where
much
they were.
better.
I know when they were introducing them to washing machines, where they were like, "Holy shit!" So we could wash our clothes with this machine instead of by hand. Like anything Western, even if it was to benefit the Soviet Union, was frowned upon or was basically censored.
Why? Do you know why?
Control the
It was
masses. It's
control.
easier.
Well,
It's like
That's,
North
that's,
Korea.
that's what communistic states do.
Look at
That's
choices,
what they've always
man.
done.
Look
Look
at
at-
China. Look
Let's
at
answer
North
the question.
Korea.
Hookah parties just have mentioned something, and that basically ties into it. See how you say many Armenians were happy in the USSR. It depends on rank and position. Corruption was rampant. Many people lined their pockets.
And
I
who
mean,
was informing the KGB?
Oh yeah,
Same Armenians.
I can give you an example of that too. This is an actual story from my grandmother, and she grew up in that Stalinist era. So they had a neighbor who was an artist, right here in Yerevan, and he took his trash out. I don't know in the evening or whatever. He had an old newspaper thrown in there, right? It had a picture of Stalin on it. The next morning or the following evening, the KGB picked him up and nobody ever saw him again because he threw out a not a picture of Stalin, but a freaking newspaper that had a black and white picture of Stalin in there.
Bro, he must
was
have been
taken
pretty
away.
rich. That was toilet
What's the
paper
saying,
back then.
Mesh-
You should have
Mesh
used it for
Jamanak
toilet
Lavish.
paper.
And that's when the shredder was invented.
Check close from Stalin var gidesin şlaver toilet paper.
Jamanak Lavish.
Levon, we're getting close to the time limit we have with you.
Yeah. I mean,
what was
I wanna-
you said you had some information from the person that might have joined you, but what was it? Is there anything specific that we should know?
Okay, yeah,
or at
that's
least,
what I'll touch on that.
Yeah, please.
I just spilled my not Khorovats but coffee. So
Do that all the
basically,
time,
we have two choices, right? It's either stay in the position we're in, which is under the boot of Russia, which for the past 100 years has shown us, at least the past 100 years. We can go further back, but let's talk about Soviet and post-Soviet times. I mean, Russia is not our ally. Russia is not our friend. The only time Russia was our friend was when we had people like the Migoyans who did something for the Soviet government. We had Migoyan jets being produced. We had the jet engine, coming to the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
They have only used us to their benefit. I mean, look at Armenia, uranium, right? The whole Soviet era was trucks going back and forth from Armenia carrying uranium. I mean,
The entire industrial revolution of Russia was happening in Armenia.
In Armenia, yeah.
exactly. And you said that Armenia is a third world country. It's not actually a third world country.
It's
the Soviet Union the Soviet Union was the second world country. Those words, the terms first, second, third world country, that's just when who was first industrialized. The United States was the first major industrialized country along with Britain, right? Soviet Union was second. And Armenia, if you look at life in Armenia compared to, some faraway place in Russia, that's never even a citizen who's never even been to the city, let's say. Yeah, life was very different for an Armenian living in, let's say, even Yerevan or Gyumri, Leninakan at the time. I mean, life was pretty good for an Armenian if you knew how to play the game, right? When I say play
Manipulate
the
the system, basically.
not manipulate it, just use it to your benefit. I mean, it's just
Bend
it's
it a
there.
little bit.
It's there. If you have somebody there, if you are the person there who's in charge of, let's say, bringing in, 100 tons of whatever.
If you have the
use
right
for
connections, let's call it that.
Yeah, if you have the right connections, you bring in more than what's needed, you sell the rest, you make your money, everyone stays happy in this factory, right? That's just how it worked. I mean,
Yeah.
it's kind of like mafia union laws in the Soviet Union, But so basically our two choices, let's go back to that, are you stay with Russia or you take a gamble, 50-50 gamble moving to the West. I mean, it's a dire thing when somebody says that. And this is somebody who's been through 3 wars. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. My opinion is,
You look at it as, what do you
that's
have to lose at this point?
Yeah, that's true. And Partamian said
Staying with Russia, you're screwed either way.
exactly.
So
Nothing's
it's
going
like-
to change. You know the outcome. You know the outcome already.
But
It's
going to the
only-
West, Russia will not just let you go. Russia
my
will
fear.
send
Exactly.
500,000 Armenians back to Armenia, and these same 500,000 will be fighting the people inside Armenia because they are going to be cut from their good life in Russia. Don't forget, they could do that. You have 3.5 million Armenians in Russia today. They can be used as pawns anytime.
Yeah, they can. But at the same time, Armenia has the chance right now to make a change.
Yerevan could be a target of Russia as well. Because the next thing our enemy is going to do is drive fear into the Armenian people, whether it's diaspora or the Armenians
fear.
in Armenia.
That's the word,
Yes.
fear. You should not be
Yes.
afraid of fear. You should make moves. You shouldn't be afraid and sit there on your chessboard and not make any moves, or be afraid to make a move that's going to benefit you. Okay? I mean, we can't sit here for another 100 years and wait for what's going to happen for our people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same Russians that gave away Nakhichevan, the same Russians that gave away Artsakh, the same Russians that were our allies for the past 30 years that never did anything.
It's the same peacekeepers.
The
Yes.
same bullshit narrative over and over again. If they were our ally, they didn't have to have a piece of paper signed to, we can't come into Artsakh because blah blah blah. No, you didn't go into Artsakh because you're friends with the Turks, bro. The reason why Armenians call them white Turks. I mean, look at throughout history, bro. Like Western nations won't, especially people in America. Like I've seen on some comments that are Western American based, and like they don't get it, bro. They don't get it that Turks and Russians are only enemies on paper, and that's it. And Armenia and Russia are only friends on paper.
And actually, they're not enemies on paper either. They're allies on paper as well.
Well, yeah, they bought weapons from Russia. Look at it this way: Russia
90%
sells weapons.
of the weapons are from Russia.
No. I'm talking about Turkey, not Azerbaijan.
Okay, yeah, no.
Yeah. So, but here's the thing: very quickly, Russia is our ally, right? CSTO member, etc. However, Russia sells to our enemies. Does America sell to America's enemies? NATO's enemies?
No.
Officially.
That was our official knowing that you're in Armenia.
Yeah.
I can show you Ararat too if you want.
Let us get a view of
Let
that
us get a view. Why not?
before we let you go.
I don't think the smog is gonna let you see Ararat.
As soon as I show you Ararat, they cut it off. Let's see. I don't know if you'll see it. It's pretty foggy.
Pinch to zoom.
Yerevan
I think he's on a
smog
laptop.
is worse than China.
Yeah. Well, you can't
can't
really
see
see
it
it, but
much,
thank
can you?
you for sharing that. It's
You get an A for effort. That's
I
for
watched-
sure.
Show us
I
a
looked
G
at-
wagon.
Show us the G wagon.
You guys are in LA. You guys invented that thing.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I wonder if they get a tax write-off in Armenia.
No, they get the crashed one and put it together.
Oh, one of those.
Wow.
They actually
Level
did
John.
have a interesting home loan tax write-off, which I'll talk about.
We'll talk
later,
about
yeah.
that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
John, thank you so much for joining us and your input. Good
No
luck with
problem,
everything.
man.
Hopefully your
Congratulations
visa
as well.
situation- Yeah,
Thank
congratulations.
you. Thank you.
And yeah,
Levon خنامك لاب مارتي كن قولنا.
Եթե լավ մարդիկ չլինեն, իրանց դուրը նստած չի լինեին։
ուրեմն շատ
beautiful.
լավ
London
մարդիկ
այրած
են։
են մնում։ Wow.
Իրանց աղջկան չի ուզի։
Alba, congratulations to you, Bakhtavor Zuiklinik. Thank you for joining us. Thank you
Yeah.
for giving us the 411 on what's going on and giving your input as well. You're very knowledgeable. We really appreciate your time, brother.
Yeah, yeah. And then
Thank you.
we'll
I
chat
wish-
later. Yeah.
Sure, yeah. I now I know why when I watch your podcast they're so long, because we were here for half an hour and I didn't even get through like half of what I wrote
Well,
down.
see, there you go.
Yeah.
See, once you're actually on a podcast and you realize the conversation's
talk,
going on and
the
on and on.
details, everything opens up.
Yeah,
On
and then
on
they
and
go,
on.
Yeah.
look at these Mer Herosner and these WiseNuts. Why are they on for like 2-3 hours?
Can't you guys keep
No, I love it. I love
Yeah.
the fact that they're so long, because in my job I drive a lot, and if I'm late night driving home for, let's say, an hour and a half drive, I put on Mer Herosner or WiseNuts, and it's better than listening to music or anything, man. It's
Yeah.
Thank you.
I
man.
agree.
Thank
I
you
do
for
the
the
same
support.
thing.
And we got a
You
Philly
listen to
connection,
yourself?
so once we go to Philadelphia, we know who to hit
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
oh,
We'll
dude,
definitely
please,
we'll
please.
definitely talk after all this,
Yeah.
you know.
Sure, yeah, I'm gonna
um,
continue watching. Yeah,
Yeah. All right. Well,
Thank you,
thank you
Lev.
so much. Appreciate
you,
it,
brother.
Lil John.
no problem. Have a good
All
one,
right.
guys.
You too.
You
All right.
too.
All right. Well, that was some great information, right? A smart guy, man.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, he follows both of us, both of our podcasts, and listen to it. And you know, I really wanted to get him on because of everything that he was saying. So, and we have great fans like this who have a lot of great information.
No, he was very knowledgeable. He knew the fact as soon as we opened up with him and I saw the pen in his hand, I'm like, okay, he's a bright one, because he was obviously
Yeah.
jotting down
Taking
notes.
notes.
Where's
yeah.
my pen, Ed? You took my
Here's
pen.
my pen.
Give this man a pen,
Stop
bro.
playing pocket pool.
All right. Before
that
our
a
next
pen, really?
guest, our next guest, who's going to be Haik Nazarian from Hosank, who's going to be joining us. I think he's having some internet again. He's from Armenia too, so hopefully he'll join us soon. Something's going on with phone internet or something. I don't know what it is. He was trying to connect with this phone too.
I think anybody.
Lev
We
had
noticed
high
anybody with
quality.
Anybody with the phone, the
Phone, yeah.
internet was
Yeah.
choppy.
Yeah.
Lev
Yeah.
was
That
on
one
a
has a
laptop.
laptop. That's probably
Yeah,
why he
yeah.
had no issues.
He probably had an
Oh.
internet card. That's what it was.
Yeah.
One of those internet cards. But
Well,
Let me. What I forgot to mention, or not, well, didn't get to mention about one of the reasons why I said what I say about the Armenian military is, can you name me one other military that the frontline soldiers have their personal cell phones on them and they're talking to their relatives
No,
in
as
the
a-
U.S. and
We need to mention the fact that as our enemy today has shut down their internet service, TikTok, everything, phones.
well, they did that last time
And
as well.
that's- Always, that's another thing
you're
that gets
missing
you
the
ready
point.
for the
you're,
war.
You're saying something that has nothing to do with what he's saying. His point is that they're not professionally trained. These like we
Kids.
talked about, if you're playing chess, you know, your pawns are just they're the worst pawns ever because they're not trained properly. They go to the army. They're there for 2 months of light training, and then they're protecting our border. That's the problem. These kids, you know, like. I mean, they shouldn't even be smoking cigarettes at night because that small amount of light from the tip of the cigarette can give their
Amber is
position
because
away.
whoever you talk to here in the States, they're like, yeah, my fourth cousin or my friend's cousin, my neighbor's friend called me from the front lines and I have information. Like,
Yeah.
how
It's
the
like, why
fuck
is
did
that
they call-
information even being shared?
But how did they even call you from there? Like, I mean, are they supposed to have their smartphones with them?
No.
Or
Message in a bottle.
It's just you look at again. It's comparing. Levon said it as well. I mean, I'm saying it as well. But it's like comparing apples to oranges as far as military wise. You look at the United States Marines, the Army. You know, those frontline troops where they send them out. I mean, the equipment they have, the training that they go through. It's just by far way more advanced than what these
Well,
kids are going
I
through.
mean that you can't compare it. Those
what I'm
guys,
saying, it's
they sent
apples
12
and
people to.
oranges.
They could send 12 Marines to Afghanistan and take out 200,000. I mean,
I mean, look at it this way. The best example is this. I don't know if you guys saw the videos of the Afghanis with the Black Hawk helicopters. I'm not joking, you, bro. These goat fucking morons crashed 3 Black Hawk helicopters.
Guys, this is
were
part of our failure. I'm telling you.
No, I'm talking about Afghanistan. I mean, were they like practicing suicide bombing or something? I don't understand.
So I'm gonna let me tell you this
listen,
now.
Listen,
Wait,
it was I was telling you guys. I was telling you guys that might have been a part of the plan is to get rid of them by leaving expensive equipment they can't use
Yes.
properly.
Yeah.
It's like, how do we
That's
recycle
crazy.
this?
Death by assistance.
what
Okay.
Mike? What Arno failed to see on the videos on the Black Hawk, it actually said student flyer.
Please be patient. Student
Hey, can we
Guys,
acknowledge
stop,
our
stop.
can we acknowledge
Oh,
our
man.
viewers? We have over 170 viewers right now who are sticking
thank you,
around.
guys.
We're almost at 11 o'clock hour here in LA. I'm sure in the East Coast it's 3 hours ahead. So thank you everybody who's joining us, watching us. The comments, be nice to one another in the comments, please. Hike is available. I'm going to bring him on right now. Hopefully we don't have any technical issues, but let's see here. I think he's ready. Let's see. Hike, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Awesome. Yes, yeah.
What's up,
Oh, he's
Hike?
on the phone. It's a phone and it's better.
Are you on the phone?
Yeah. I just can't see myself right now. I don't know if you guys could see me
You're
well.
fine. You're in
No,
the,
we
yeah,
see
you're in
you.
the
We
shot.
see you.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I can't tell. Is this good
It's
like
okay.
this?
It's okay. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
You're
We can
good.
see
You're
you.
good.
You're good.
Okay.
You're good. Yeah. Yeah, we can see you. Everybody, this is Hike Nazarian from Hosang. He's actually originally from LA.
Yeah.
He basically packed everything and moved back to Armenia and is never coming back. At least what you told me, right? He has an interesting story. He's actually going to be a guest on our show in 3 weeks. He's in on episode 3 of season 3. When we come back, we're going to talk about repatriation and everything you went through. You were actually involved in both wars, right? 2016, or you enlisted in 2000.
No. I was still in LA when the April War happened. That's when I actually decided to for sure move to Armenia. Before that, I already had intentions to do so, but that just confirmed everything for me that I had to make the move soon. So I did it pretty much 7 months after the April War ended. I was already in Armenia, a one-way ticket.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
very quickly.
You guys,
very quickly.
I could the voice, the audio is a little low, so if you guys could, maybe it'll speak up.
Sorry.
I don't know why.
Yeah,
My phone.
we'll try to turn
Let me see.
if you could
All right,
if you could turn
sorry
the
about
volume
that.
up a little bit, it'll help. But
But I can hear you.
Vi, can you do me a favor? Can
Yeah.
you block Ozgur or whatever the hell his name
You guys
is?
can hear me fine, right?
Yeah, we hear
Yeah.
you totally
Yeah.
fine. We hear you
Okay.
totally
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
yeah.
fine.
Block who?
This guy named Ozgur or whatever his name is.
Oh, Ozgur Silik.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, by the way.
Of
Thank you
course,
for
man.
joining
Thanks
us,
for
Hike.
joining us,
on.
man. Thanks for taking
Yeah,
time to
sure,
join us.
of course.
Uh,
How could I
Okay.
say no?
Hike, why don't you, for our audience who might not know you, just a quick, brief, small bio as fast as possible, because I know everybody's time is limited and you got on a little bit later.
sure.
So,
Well, I was born and raised in the United States, California. I went to school here, dropped out of high school, then I entered college, then university. I got my master's degree in 2015. I taught for like 2-3 years at GCC and CSUN, and after that, pretty much, I decided to move. I came here. I enlisted as a contract soldier for about like 8 months. I served in the Davos region on the front. Just mandatory, not mandatory, but like
volunteering.
Voluntary, yeah.
so it's called Paimanagrain. Pretty much like a contract,
Yeah.
I served with a mandatory like soldiers, Jamketain soldiers. I just did that to get some experience, but then I left that after 8 months. and pretty much I participated in the war in 2020 from beginning to end, and yeah, and here I am. I decided
Yeah.
to start a political organization after the war, pretty much a year after it, and it's crazy how
But
everything
something about
escalated to
host,
where it
but
is now.
something about Hosang is a little bit different. You want to mention a little bit about what the I guess the message of Hosang is,
Yeah, well,
in your point
I
of view.
was here well for a long time actually. Even before I was in Armenia, I was looking for a type of like nationalist organization where it was just no BS and everything, straight to the point, something a straightforward message, for Armenian nationalists and patriots like myself. And I just couldn't find anything like that. Everything I found was either backed by some oligarchs or some agency or some type of cult or whatever. I never really found anything that was genuine. So that's where I decided to start everything from scratch with my own modest resources and create like a political organization that could attract nationalists and patriots like myself, in the diaspora or Armenia. I just couldn't find such a thing, and I decided to do that. But I could get into the details later, but I'm sure we have
Yeah, we'll
some other
talk about
issues
that
to
on the
talk about.
show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you being there, I mean, obviously going there and getting trained, in the art, or I don't know if you want to call it the army, but just to get trained to be able to be a reserve, um, and then participating in the 2020 war, and thankfully, you're here with us. Um, from what you're seeing happening, what is your point of view? What do you think is going to happen? Um, do you see a full scale war coming once Tatik Pelosi leaves? And just
What are your feelings on
what are your feelings
the
on it? Yeah.
arrivals of
well, I
Pelosi?
mean, Artsakh, Nagorno-Karabakh, or as the international community calls it, has always been like a gate for Armenia. It's always been something that's defended us from what's happening now. And people always a lot of people actually considered it a burden. It was kind of like enemy propaganda that was spreading. But in fact, it wasn't a burden. It was actually, um,
Security, in a sense.
extra defense for us, an extra gate to defend our current borders that are under attack right now. So
Buffer
all
zone.
this,
Yeah.
what's going on right now, decent-minded people actually could see it from a mile away. Whenever Artsakh was handed over, we could see that something like this was going to happen. It's not surprising to us at all. And right now, it's crazy time in Armenian history. We're kind of like at a cusp, at like crossroads of history. And all throughout history, Armenia has always been, an epicenter for the clash of civilizations. And it's hard to say what's going to really happen because Armenia is not some country in like Africa or Asia or somewhere that's like far off from different continents. It's right in the smack middle of everybody. So it's not just two interests colliding. It's like east or west. Over here, it's like 3, 4, 5. It's the whole like world's interests are colliding at this point right now, and you have the Russians who are doing everything to stop NATO expansion and US expansion. You have Iran that wants to do everything to preserve the Armenian-Iranian border. You have the West who wants to actually come here and put his foot down over here, I think, as a way to maybe pressure Russia.
Yep.
And that's what I'm trying to say, so many interests colliding. And the problem, actually, the only good thing right now with the Sunni issue is that there is no international consensus. For Artsakh, it was pretty much the whole world was against us. Everyone recognized Artsakh, or as they call it, Nagorno-Karabakh, as Azerbaijan territory. So that's why they all conspired against us, pretty much, the international community. But in this case, there is no international consensus yet. So There is.
So do you think the international community will
I'm pretty
help us
sure
in
they
this
don't even know
situation?
what's gonna happen or what to do because
Do-
it's such a confusing situation right now. But in any case, I think whatever happens, it doesn't matter how many Pelosi's or Michels or Putins there are. If they try to come and help us, but we're not organized and united together under one like political cause, under one political nationalist movement, if we're not organized and united like that, it doesn't matter what kind of help we get. We're always going to be used and abused by different powers. That's the main thing we have to understand. And all throughout Armenian history, you could see that every time we put our faith and hope into other nations, we always got disappointed and we always lost hope even more. And I just don't want the history to repeat itself like that. And from what I see, unfortunately, it's repeating. A lot of people keep putting their hope and their faith in foreign powers, whether it's the U.S., whether it's Russia. Yeah, it's great. I mean, I understand we must be diplomatic and accept, whatever foreign aid we can get, but we should never forget that, salvation and hope is always within. That's the main message that we always have to, tell our people and always have to remind ourselves of.
Yeah.
But
Edgar was saying something. Ed, what were you saying?
this is just
No, I was reading something.
it's just unfortunate.
Can you hear us?
Like I
Oh, but
said,
can you hear us?
every time
Hi,
I
can you
see
hear
people
us?
are still
I don't think.
clinging on to who could come and help us, and people think there is some kind of easy solution to our problems, and that's another thing how Hosang differs from these other political organizations or whatever. There is no easy way out of this. Without struggle, without sacrifice, we can't achieve whatever we want to achieve. We can't just put our
Message.
faith in the hands of others and
Okay.
expect everything
Hi,
to go
can
well.
you-
The
can you
world
hear
doesn't work
us?
that way,
Hi, can you hear us?
But
Hi,
you
can
know,
you
I
hear
just
us?
I don't think he can hear us.
I don't think I can.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh,
Oh, now you
you
can?
can hear us.
now I can, yeah.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Okay.
We thought you were just
Yeah, who
ignoring
was
us.
speaking? I don't know. Was it you or?
No,
It was Edgar was saying something, but you were like you kept talking. I'm like I think the audio's off. I can't hear us.
I can't hear you. I can't hear WiseNuts.
you can't
oh,
hear us.
shit.
Oh.
Okay.
No, he can. But that was you guys talking, so he should be able
No,
to
I
hear.
said something too.
Oh,
I
he can
can't
only
hear
hear you
WiseNuts
guys.
though.
So
You
you
can
can't
only hear-
you can't hear us. Okay, we're saying something right now. Can you hear anything from the WiseNuts?
No,
I can't hear him.
So
man.
okay,
No,
that's
yeah,
fine.
yeah.
That's
It's
still
just
gonna be
us. It's
okay
just
because
us.
you guys can hear us, and
Go.
we can just have you guys ask the
Yeah,
question.
that's
in a
fine.
sense.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's fine.
Go
Hi,
ahead, ask the
we
question.
have some people asking about the flag.
Maybe
right
he
behind
could ask you guys, and you guys
Oh,
ask.
they're
Yeah.
asking. They're asking about the flag behind you.
And
Clarify
I
what
want
that
you
is,
to
because there's some
clarify that
people.
because some people don't
Yeah,
understand.
there's some
much
people
about
that are
Yeah.
looking at the colors and are like, I bet you one comment read 9 out of 10 people probably think that's the Third Reich's flag. But no,
Which is
it's
com-
actually no, it's the Armenian infinity wheel, guys.
Infinity, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's pretty much that's the flag of the
just to
political
clarify.
movement that I started. It's just the eternity flag in a red background. The black and white symbolizing the yin and yang, the unification of the two opposing forces in the universe, and the color red is the color of blood of our race, and that's the way
Yeah.
we connect to eternity and everything in the universe. So
It's
maybe it resembles the Third Reich, but it's.
No, no.
Could you imagine
Technically,
having that
has nothing
flag
to
up
do
in like
with it,
Glendale and having
No.
it just hanging?
Can we have
hanging
Mike
there?
Yeah,
give us
but,
a plug about
It's just something
his
that
organization?
it's simple, and the name itself, Hosang. I didn't want anything big or fancy like you see all these organizations or political parties with these big names. Hama Haikakan, Hamazgain. The bigger the name, it seems like, and the less of a substance it has. And I didn't want Hosang to be such a thing. I'd rather have it to be a simple name, but with
Can
a
we have
deep
him plug
meaning
in?
than vice versa.
But he's not gonna hear you.
No, just
Okay,
you
so
guys.
where can people learn about
Yes,
Hosang? Is it on?
Yeah.
It's on Facebook, right?
YouTube,
Well, I have
Facebook.
a manifesto. It's on Facebook, and I have a Telegram channel that's like slowly growing. I have a website. They could read the manifesto. I wrote a 20-page manifesto. They could get interested and
You also
find
have
out
a
the
YouTube
details.
channel.
Yes.
Yeah, I had a bigger YouTube channel. As a matter of fact, I had a YouTube channel called Fidai01. I started that in 2008. I was uploading a lot of Armenian nationalist videos, and it had a lot of subscribers. I believe almost 100,000. And unfortunately, yeah, it got taken down later. And I wasn't really active with it the last years before it got taken down. And that's unfortunate. I could have really, used that, but it got taken down. That's why I just hate the fact that we have to depend on these foreign platforms to get our message across, but we got to do what we got to do.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, but we got, like you said, we have to use the tools that are available. I mean, same thing with us. We're doing whatever we can to put the right message across. But people, I know people are asking Telegram. Is it hosank.com? Is that what it is as far as the website?
Hosank.net.
.net. Okay, Hosank,
Yeah.
just the way you hear it. It's,
yeah, with the K. Hosank.net.
And we will
and
attach a
Telegram is
link
just
as well.
Hosank with the K. They could find it and subscribe if they want.
Yeah, same thing on Telegram, YouTube. You have a couple of videos, long videos explaining your views and everything that's happening. I suggest people to go watch it. And like I said, Hike is going to be a guest on our show in about 3 weeks. And we're going to be talking about a lot more in detail about your experience and the reasons you moved and everything that happened more in detail. I know we're kind of like limited with time and I appreciate you early in the morning. Well, what time is it over
Yeah,
there?
I'm sorry.
Almost
It's just the
10
connection
a.m.
was bad because I live in kind of like a village in Jervish. So that's why maybe the connection is not so well. But I wish I could hear what the WiseNuts guys had to say. I unfortunately didn't.
So how do we
Didn't work out, but
we need to have Hike on our
there's a lot
Yeah.
to talk about.
Tell him it's all good. Tell him it's all good, and we'll have him on.
Get across people is that
Yes, definitely.
like we shouldn't depend on others. Doesn't matter. They could Jesus Christ himself could come down and try to help us, but if we're not ready to get help, if we're not organized and united under a nationalist political movement, then we won't reap the benefits of that hand that's trying to help us. That's what I'm trying to
Well,
say.
I can tell you that the boys at WiseNuts, they will definitely have you on their show as well.
Yeah, they want to get you on too.
They usually like you to be there in person, but we know you're never coming back to LA, so it has to be via video. But
tell him we'll get him a tourist visa.
Yeah, he said he'll get you a tourist visa.
Unless we do a Hike.
No, I have no problem. I mean, I have a dual citizenship. I could come and go. I never say never. I might come in the near future, and I would love to be a guest on their show if they ever invite me.
Awesome.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Now, before we let you go, we have about 2 minutes. Last thoughts. What are again? What do you have to say to the Armenian, to the diaspora, Armenian people? From everything that you've experienced being in the war, what you've seen, and what's happening right now, just like final thoughts, basically.
Again, I believe, unfortunately, things are going to get a little worse and bumpier before they start getting better. And again, if you look at our history, every time we made a big change and decided to fight back is when we reached the point, to the breaking point, to the brink. And we have to, I guess, mentally, physically, and spiritually prepare for such a coming, event, and be ready to act accordingly and do whatever we must do. This is like I said, we're at a turning point. We're at a cusp, and we have to decide how we're gonna. How we're gonna move on to the next century, pretty much, because a lot of things are gonna change in the next 10 to 15 years. There's gonna be a drastic change. So
globally,
it's just like I said, I'm no psychic. I can't tell you what's gonna happen in the future, but I could for sure almost say that things are gonna get worse before they get better. And I don't want people to put false hopes into foreign countries and anything like that. We just have to stay united as much as possible. Try to help one another out, but again, like I said, if we don't unite under a common political nationalist like organization that's ready to do the drastic changes that's necessary for the survival and progress of Armenia, then I don't think we're gonna make it to the next century. So we have to do what we must, what's necessary, in order to be able to do that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, hi, John. Thank you so much for joining us again. Short notice, appreciate it. We
Sure.
thank you for your views and everything you mentioned. And
So thank you for having me on again. Yeah.
Thanks,
we'll talk off air, and he's, like I said, Hike's going to be on our season 3, episode 3, which will be in about 3 weeks. So you have a great day and stay strong.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you soon.
Be safe.
Yeah. Have a good night, guys.
All right. Thanks.
Good night, Hike.
Great guy. I've had some
Amazing
interesting
guy,
conversation
man.
with them. So,
I mean, it's
definitely
scary.
everybody follow him.
It's scary the fact that he says things will get worse before they get better.
But it's the truth.
That's the truth.
No, I know.
Yeah, but
I know.
that seems like the climate everywhere, man. I mean, do you honestly think even here?
No, it's just
nothing's
you kind of
gonna
look at
change
the
overnight.
Yeah.
It's gonna
No.
get worse for a little bit.
Yeah.
it's kind of you look at the situation as far as with the war that took place in 2020. You're like, all right, is this are we at the peak, and now it's kind of like the ride down now, but now from what Hike was saying, it's like shit. Are we just getting started? Or this is not the worst that we saw. The 5,000 kids that we lost wasn't the worst.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, we have Rich Elmoyan who's going to join us right now. He's
Is he in the green room?
Yeah, he's in the green room waiting for us. Let me bring him on. Arno, you can introduce him.
Hey, hey, I love your hat.
What's with that hat, bro?
Yeah, I didn't plan it.
You didn't plan it?
Yeah, right. You and Arno go shopping together for hats.
No,
didn't you?
no propaganda here. I promise your diplomacy. I promise.
All right, Rich, are you connect? Okay, please tell me you're on Wi-Fi though.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, do you guys see a delay or anything?
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a delay.
But it's fine. As long as
Oh.
we can hear him.
I'm sorry. You want me?
Do you want to take him off and bring him back on really quickly?
And maybe a headset if you got one.
Yeah, if you got a headset, possibly, or if you don't, it is what it is. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Because you're cutting off. That's why. It's choppy connection.
Oh, interesting. Rejoin. Then.
Are you in
'Cause
Armenia,
I'm
Rich?
No. I'm
Well, we didn't hear
So-
what you said, but regardless
Yeah.
of it.
Rich, you want to disconnect and connect again?
yeah. Honestly.
Yeah, so it's definitely internet. It's definitely
Yeah,
internet.
I think it's
Yeah.
internet.
Okay. Wait.
Try. Okay,
don't-
while Rich is
I don't know how to-
doing that, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, see?
Uh,
we have internet issues in the States too.
Yeah. Say it again. Well, yeah, Rich Elmoyan is going to be joining us, hopefully with better connection. We've had him on our podcast twice.
Don't brag.
Yeah, we've, we talk about geopolitics with him.
Oh, you guys
And-
are dating now?
We've had him 4 times, I think.
Twice in the green room.
Yeah. We have a special
We've had
room.
him on the candid couches.
So that took a while.
Yeah, it
That
took a while.
to-
Poor guy's not even in the
Vic's
room.
not
to-
used to it. Vic's like red and blushing over there. Vic,
I'm
don't
ready
worry.
because
Listen,
I've been
man,
under
you-
the sun all day.
Oh, okay, because we were about to say you signed up for this, man. Shit.
Yeah. No, it's
You,
fine.
you
Go for it.
suggested.
It was like when Vic reached out.
I know what I was getting
we
myself
should
into.
really do something. Well, you know what you're getting yourself into. But Rich, we talk about geopolitics with him. He knows what he's doing, and if for those of you who aren't following him on Instagram, you should do so because the maps, the information that he provides regarding Armenia, Artsakh, he's full of knowledge with all this stuff, and we wanted to make sure we can have him on and have him enlighten not only us but everybody who's tuned in with us. Is he back in the green room?
No, not yet.
Not
Not
yet.
yet. I'm waiting.
There he is.
There he is. Let me bring him on.
Okay.
All right, can you guys hear me now?
Oh Jesus Christ! Are you? All right.
Can you hear me
say
now?
something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Perfect.
How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. Good. How you guys doing?
Good, man. Thanks for taking time out of your Sunday night to be with us. I know you had other things going on as well, and you squeezed us in.
Hey, I appreciate you guys hosting this thing. It's pretty important given the day of age we're in and information, and appreciate the work that Mer Herosner are doing as well. Pleasure to
Thanks,
see you
brother.
guys.
Thank you, Rich. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Rich, very quickly, I mean, you've been posting a lot of information regarding the areas that were attacked. A lot of geopolitics is involved in this. We've been talking a lot of just regular politics, plans of what to do future-wise as far as with Armenia, with Artsakh. As far as on a geopolitical standpoint, where are we right now? Strategically, what do you see? And obviously, being the title of Fate of Armenia, what do you think is the fate of Armenia moving forward geopolitically?
Well, I think there's one thing that right now that I definitely want to communicate is that all the express, and I have to say this, guys, but everything I say is my own opinion, not affiliated with any organization. My analysis is purely independent, and I literally look at all work through open source intelligence and confirmed reports by governmental organizations and non-governmental organizations that confirm for governments. So essentially, when we look at the situation in the South Caucasus, obviously, since you can say the 2010s, things have been getting pretty more intense, especially with the beginning of the 2016 April War. Then with 2020, and then what's happening right now is the severity of it is actually a little different. What people need to understand right now is to educate themselves as to how this is different from 2020. This issue right now, this issue that we're having right now is not the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. And by believing so that it is the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, you're actually playing to the advantage of the narrative of the Azerbaijani side. And I'll explain why. The Azerbaijani narrative here is to move forward from the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, the Artsakh conflict, right? They believe that it has been resolved, and the only thing that is left from this situation is by implementing a corridor, which is not mentioned in neither the trilateral nor the tripartite agreement between Azerbaijan, Russia, and Armenia in 2020, and then later, almost a year after 2020, in the tripartite agreement in 2021. There is no conversation of a corridor. However, Azerbaijan is looking to muddy the conversation. Well, then people would ask, well, why would you want to muddy the conversation if you're Azerbaijan? Well, clearly we've noticed that Western intelligence is unable to really identify the difference between the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict and the normal Armenian borders, the sovereignty of the Armenian borders, and that is a big problem because it doesn't play to the advantage of our situation where we're talking about our own sovereign territory. So by essentially getting our own land invaded, when we're talking about Armenia proper, when we're talking about the territory of Armenia being invaded, and then majority of the countries in the United Nations are not understanding what the conflict is, that tells us that Armenia does not necessarily have strong relationships with a lot of countries on a bilateral level. And right now what we're seeing is an opportunity for the foreign minister of Armenia, Arat Mirzoyan, to have 36, I actually just checked Twitter right before hopping on, he has 36 opportunities coming in New York to meet with other foreign ministers to see how we can really come up with a peaceful resolution to the situation. Because clearly, I mean, if the skeptic from the WiseNuts isn't in the room right now, but we can also agree that Armenia hasn't necessarily had a strong past 30 years of diplomatic relations or bilateral relations, or maybe we could argue that in the 2010s it became much more exclusive to a pro-Russia, pro-Eurasian concept. But Armenia right now is in a very, very unique circumstance where you have the United States re-engaging with the South Caucasus, and a researcher, director of a think tank in Armenia, Richard Giragosian, formerly with the United States government as well. He has this point of view, and especially with the CSTO clearly having its face shown in the circumstances like this, it only kind of points towards a kind of a monumental moment of what's going to be next. Many analysts see it different ways. Regional analysts believe that the only contributors to this resolution or just forward process are Russia, Iran, given that they are the main regional players. Many people who believe that the Western world still has some kind of moral ground in this area. They believe that France and the United States can lead the initiative, even though my personal perspective believes that the United States and the European Union have conflicting ideologies in the region. I believe the United States is only here for inflammatory purposes, or a part of a grander scheme of adding both Armenia and Azerbaijan part of NATO sometime in the future, and this is one way to agitate Russia. But what I'm trying to really elaborate here, or kind of just summarize in the most non-boring way and trying to in a digestible form, is that, believe it or not, even though as prideful as we are as people, we have to understand that this is just a part of the chessboard, right? And we've talked about this before in the WiseNuts, that this is unfortunately just another piece on the chessboard, similar to how Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan are currently having their own issues of their borders, and this is also something that's been a frozen conflict since the post-Soviet days in the 1990s. And honestly, it's not getting the media coverage that it should, which really tells us the United States is interested in engaging in this conversation, but will they abandon them, kind of like how they did with the Georgians, and now the Georgians just basically kind of just provide airspace for the Americans to come in and come out since the Afghan war, of course. But it's interesting to know what level of commitment the United States will have, given that they had a clear role in the past ceasefire. But if this is only going to be a thing where there's going to be action and ceasefire, at some point we're going to be talking about Yerevan being of topic of a bargain, because it only with the power that we're seeing projected in the region, we're understanding that Armenia is actually quite alone in an ideology that it's preserving in terms of regional relations. And sorry, I kind of went on for a while there, but
No,
what
it's
I'm
fine.
trying to stress the matter is that there's multiple interests here. You have Iran that wants to look north and have an easier access through an Armenian relationship through Georgia and ultimately into the European Union waters, given that you have Bulgaria and Romania right off the coast there. And when you have that concept, you have to understand European Union from a logistics standpoint. I mean, we're Armenians. We understand dispatch. We understand how the things move from point A to point B, right? So understanding that Iran needs that access point and Russia needs that east to west flow, there's conflicting ideologies, even though there's constant cooperation and competitiveness in the region, given that all three, Russia, Turkey, and Iran, the major power players in the region, have their own conflicting regions with the West and with one another. And it's a very complicated area where I personally believe only regional actors can make a decision here, which is not to our benefit, given the current administration and what the actions are. Just looking at it from a neutral perspective, right? I'm not going to go into detail about the politics of Armenia in any case, but I'm going to say from looking from a bird's eye view, looking down, Armenia does not look like it's in good shape unless the moral police of the world, the United States and the European Union, don't intervene with actual concrete steps of weapons being provided to Armenia. But then when we look at it from there, we have to understand, okay, where does CSTO fall, the Collective Security Treaty Organization? So it's just a whole debacle where, okay, where do we get our weapons from now?
Rich, now, can Armenia be still part of CSTO and still kind of like accept call it the gesture from the U.S. or the weaponry, or is that something you see happening, or is it one or the other?
This is something that I personally can't call myself an expert on, but based off of accounts that I'm reading, which is Rob Lee, who is a PhD from King's College, and from Sosi Tatikian, who has her experience as an appointee representative of Armenia into NATO. Um, they're arguing that being a part of CSTO actually hinders Armenia's ability to diversify its weaponry. So essentially, it's a chokehold, is what they're arguing. So Sosi Tatikian actually had a fantastic interview the other day. She hadn't necessarily had any interview, and she's a big dog. Her work can be seen in CivilNet, it can be seen in EVN Report, and what she was saying is that, well, Armenia has a defense system that is in joint relation with Russia, correct? So if we consider that a fact there of the matter, Russia is a flat land that doesn't necessarily need as much as UAV defense systems that we necessarily need. And not to mention, Russia is an offensive attacker in this case, which is much more offense-based. So I would argue that Russia and Armenia being in a relationship on defense doesn't necessarily make sense. That's what I would argue. Now, where Armenia would get its weaponry from, that's something a military analyst needs to kind of point towards. But I think every single Armenian here can understand the basic understanding that Armenia needs drones, Armenia needs anti-UAV defense systems. Our S-300 from Russia defense system has already been blown out. The same way the first few minutes of Nagorno-Karabakh, we had already blown out our defense systems too. So clear. Now, of course, there's been benefits and things we've learned. That's something that Nerses Kapalian has argued from UNLV, professor with a very good understanding of the military upgrades of Armenia. I'm planning to actually today, the whole conversation that I was having with Arno, the plan is to have a conversation with him at some point in the future in an interview. But researchers and analysts right now are looking at this case and they're saying it's so time sensitive, it's so rapid, and it's such a historic moment in Armenian history where sometimes it's best to say nothing before you say something and it doesn't add up. So everyone's just kind of right now digesting and looking at the situation, and they understand that it's a dire situation. So it's somewhere in the hands of time is not in your favor. And where I argue where this is going, I think this is just going to come down to who's going to act in the region. You have multiple Russian soldiers, multiple FSB officers, which are patrol guards essentially in the Russian Federation on Armenian soil, while you simultaneously have Western leaders walking around Yerevan. It's a very unheard of situation. It's not like Uzbekistan in 2004 leaving the CSTO when Russia was still in its honeymoon phase with NATO, where George Bush and Putin can be seen together, and George Bush saying, "I like that guy. He's not a bad dude." So it's not back then anymore, and we're now in a much more polarized international arena where Armenia is trying to still be a balancing nature of neutrality. I mean, our whole thing was keeping neutral until now. We have to kind of pick a side because whether it falls within our interest or not to be with Russia, that's something that Armenians have to come to a conclusion now.
But Rich, that neutrality is what got us to where we are, though. Being neutral is what got us to where we are today.
I think the inability to diversify both diplomatically and militarily, and unable to understand the reality of the 1990 ceasefire and not a treaty. I mean, we and you both can argue that being in Armenia from 2001 to 2009 or even 2012, it felt like Armenia had won the war when it hadn't even been settled. Or the Madrid Principles came into action in 2008, and we didn't see that in the news at all. I mean, it was just absolutely unacceptable that this many years we were acting like we didn't know what was going on, and even the average Joe in Armenia didn't know its own politics. You know what I mean? So that was our inability to come up on top, and our inability to really actualize.
So we had a victory that we never owned.
Precisely. And concrete, and one can argue. I mean, I've mentioned this before. I don't necessarily see eye to eye with Levanter Petrosyan's foreign policy or domestic policy, but at that time he gave out the same exact things as what we have today. and he laid it out. Nope, people didn't like it, booted him, and then we saw what came after that. And I mean, have we progressed as a nation? 500,000 people have left since then, approximately, from the country. So I can't necessarily say our neutrality has gone to that point, but I would say our comfort in a world of a ticking time bomb was the problem. I mean, Anna Ohanian, her work from, if I'm not mistaken, the University of Stonehill College, has spoken about these conflicts pop out 25 to 30 years. It's a frozen conflict. A generation passes by. All this, I mean, this is just from my personal looks of all that xenophobia implemented from the early 2000s of Karabakh is your biggest problem if you're Azerbaijan, but really the domestic issues of your GDP being so, is your standard of living being on par with Armenia when you got that much gas and energy and oil, it doesn't make sense. So the whole generation passed by and nothing necessarily happened. Not to mention 2008, the Stockholm Peace Institute had already had already written about how Azerbaijan was purchasing and developing these Israeli drone weapons to use it ultimately at some point. So we had the intelligence for a while. Why we haven't acted upon that, that's a whole other equation that we've talked about before. But I mean, but again, this is just a unique circumstance, and I'm just not sure personally where it's going.
Rich, politically, where does Armenia go politically from here? As far as who's representing Armenia today, our government in Armenia, is this a government that has the support of the people?
Is this a government that has the support of people? Sorry, is that the question?
Yeah, he said,
Yes.
Well, I can't necessarily say that because these polls that come out, they're not coming out as frequently as I'd like to. And realistically, who funds those polls is another equation as well. But in terms of who runs this country and how they're running it, I mean, it's very clear that the Armenian side has chosen to not act in aggression at all or even in self-defense. I mean, when we're looking at Armenia's situation, we haven't even targeted any single Azerbaijani city or village. Or are they using this as a way to have a case at the UN Security Council? I'm not sure what their game is. But is there a weak administration in Armenia? Yes, precisely. And is it diplomatically weak as well? Well, they're playing the Francophone card right now. They're playing the Western democracy card right now, given that the CSTO didn't necessarily come to its help, which I mean, I can't necessarily say if another leader was in power, would the CSTO actually come and help? I can't say that for sure, and we'll never know realistically because the CSTO has always been something that it's been the elephant in the room of, okay, there's two countries in conflict with each other and they're both in the CSTO. What the hell happens if Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan get into a scuffle? And then it's happening right now, and we're not seeing anything coming from the CSTO. While simultaneously, CSTO had offered extension to Azerbaijan as well, but Azerbaijan definitely said no to that. And Armenia is being now hit by Azerbaijan. You would think that any state in the CSTO would push for this, but no one really has a relationship with one another. I mean, Kyrgyzstan has no benefit to Armenia, really, in diplomatic or political channels, other than both of them giving a vote when it comes to United Nations issues for a score to give to a point to give to score for Russia. So I mean, realistically, I don't necessarily see CSTO being a benefit either, and I don't necessarily see any other administration being able to fix this in this circumstance. But I mean, we've already gotten ourselves here to this point, so I can't necessarily say the shoulda, woulda, couldas. But
Rich,
is it a weak administration? Definitely. I mean, doesn't take much to tell.
Rich, let me ask you something. Let's say hypothetically, U.S. comes in and offers the weaponry and support and all this stuff, and we do let go of CSTO and let go of Russia's hand. I think my question is how bad do you think it would get in the entire area as far as geopolitics for Armenia if they make that move?
Well, if I was
sorry, because I also kind of see, and there was a question about that too, if the U.S. does get involved, they might even kind of do the same thing they did with Kosovo as far as Artsakh goes.
So one thing that I've been communicating through my channels is you want attention, but you don't want all out attention. And that's my personal view, that this issue is mainly a regional issue. Regional powers are interested in the railroads. Regional powers are interested in the roadways. We've seen that through the European Union investing some money in. We've seen that through the rhetoric that Iran is providing, given that also Iran has some domestic interests out of this to keep the nationalism suppressed in West and East Azerbaijan provinces inside Iran, which borders with Armenia. So it needs to make sure that this does not spill into its area as well. So how bad this can get, I mean, realistically, if Armenia chooses the United States and France as an ally, it needs to make sure it communicates to Iran that this is not going to be a direct threat to Iran, that this is not going to mean there will be bases, American bases in Armenia, which I personally think would not even be possible given Armenia's bilateral relationship with Russia on a military level. Like, for example, if we're talking just the entire Western front that Armenia has with Turkey, is guarded by Russian patrol guards. I mean, with Russian soldiers, in joint with Armenians, right? My own cousin did time in Artashat for military, and basically that was a Russian-Armenian baza, right? So how it's basically like when I explain it to people who constantly say, well, it's flip-flop to like CSTO to NATO, I'm like, well, this isn't you getting in a scuffle in your first grade class and getting booted to B track or C track. This is literally real life where, okay, it's like a corporation. There's onboarding, there's offboarding. What does that look like? What does the operation of that look like? You got X amount of Russian troops here. If they're going to be flown out, where do they go? Because this is another thing that we were forgetting during the Soviet Union days, is that when the Soviet Union was collapsing, was that, okay, if Armenia, like let's say, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan are no longer a part of the Soviet Union, what happens with the Russian infrastructure? Does Russia keep a military base there or not? So we're going to reconvene to these conversations that when Russia had to reallocate the Azerbaijani, like the aircraft it had and the personnel it had based in Azerbaijan and Georgia, they had to be relocated and they had to be combined into Armenia because that was the new South Caucasus military base. But when we're looking at how the influence can get bad, I mean, I can't see Armenia falling out of the Russian sphere, given that, again, and we've talked about this on the WiseNuts podcast, where all the railroads in Armenia are owned by, the Transcaucasian Railways, which is a Russian oligarch and a good friend of Putin, and that's not going to change. And those roads are invested by the European Union in terms of the international roads. So there's two major interests clearly here, and Iran is the only one that's really offering multiple levels of security for the backbone of Armenia, which is Sunni, which is, again, like, what is going to be the level? I don't think this is going to be Assyria, and I hope God hears me when I say that, given that Armenia's demographics are severely different than Syria's, and also its issue is severely different. I'd actually argue this conflict is more similar to the Kyrgyz and Tajik issue as well, but more on a cultural level, I would argue that it's more similar to the Indian, Pakistani, Jammu Kashmir issue if we're considering the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. But in terms of this being a spillover into actual Armenian sovereign territory, this is an issue that comes with no border demarcation after war, and that's just the unfortunate advantage that Armenia needed at that time, because if you allowed the border demarcation at that time, you were losing that buffer. So, at some point these issues were going to come, and it just came at this point. But how severe this is going to get, I personally don't know, and that's what researchers and analysts are currently going through. We don't know, and truthfully speaking, we can only give examples. Whether this is a Kosovo, I'm not sure if the implementation will be to that level, given that Kosovo's location is literally in Europe's backyard. The same way this is literally in Russia's backyard, and especially with Russia having infrastructure in Armenia, I think this is going to stay at the level that Russia wants it to be in. So I think Russia wants to keep this stable as long as it has its pause on the ceasefires, the ceasefires that matter, with agreements coming after ceasefires. Because the U.S., whenever they provide ceasefires, whenever the EU provides ceasefires, there's no real agreement after that unless we're talking about those, border demarcation commission between the EU and Armenia and Azerbaijan. Excuse me.
Okay. Questions?
That's interesting. No, it's too much of I guess I'll say a clusterfuck.
Yeah.
Like I was saying earlier, there's too many tentacles from too many sides.
Welcome to the dark side, Mike.
Oh, believe me, I've been in that dark side for a while, man. That's why this situation, sometimes I try to wrap my head around it as much as I can. Yeah, I actually ponder it on my own, and I'm like, okay, wait, who's who, what's what, why, how, and then this person's involved, and they all have backdoor deals with one another, and they're trying to deal with things with other, I guess, call them enemies or supposed enemies, and I get lost.
Yeah.
It's so complicated.
Yeah. I mean, Rich, we're obviously short on time as well with you. We have another guest waiting, but just as far as a closing statement with you, I don't know if you guys asked this or not while I was in the bathroom, but as far as Nancy Pelosi entering Armenia and the West kind of getting involved, what are your final thoughts on that? And do you think it'll benefit Armenia, or do you think it'll be something that is going to piss off Russia?
Too late. I think this was the visit too late. This is an inflammatory visit, the same way it was towards Taiwan. They see this as just any other post-Soviet. They see this as just as any other post-Soviet conflict, where the United States is going to have a low-cost entry to provide whatever it's looking for, whatever its interests are. I don't think the United States has that big of interest in Azeri gas and energy, personally. I think the European Union is much more reliant on that. But the United States also wants to make sure there's an easy facilitation of Azeri energy going to European Union to counter Russian energy as well. So the United States and one thing I would say in my last statement is to follow what the United States, if you want to understand what the United States is thinking, make sure you're reading Rand Corporation's briefs. I mean, there's so many reports that have been coming out since I've been reading it in college from 2014. I mean, to understand the brains of the United States foreign policy, you have to read their think tanks. That's where they're funding their research, and that is their institutional backing. So what I think of Nancy Pelosi showing up, yes, it's unprecedented in terms of that high level of an official from the United States coming to a country like Armenia. But I would argue that you're so many years too late. You had this opportunity in 1999, 2000, 2001 in Key West. You had the opportunity to get closer with the Armenian government back when Russia was still in bed with NATO. I mean, it was still high thinking it was going to join NATO at some point. Let's not forget.
One mistake, Rich, there. 99 was the last time Armenia actually had a favorable government coming into power, and that government was shot in parliament.
Yeah.
So Key West Key West was done with Robert, if I'm not mistaken, right?
In 2001.
And that was already gone. That was done. That guy was a Russian asset from day one.
Yes, but given that he was an asset, he also had an opportunity to switch sides if he really was thinking about the national interest. Not necessarily switch sides, excuse me, but diversify if you're looking at back then, which realistically Armenia's trade with the European Union in 2010 was not as bad as you think, but it on a percentage level, it increased, I believe, from 50% Russian to 75% exports towards Russia, which is astronomically different. But yes, I mean, I would argue that if we're talking about the United States being involved in the South Caucasus, it had the engagement it did before 9/11. But once 9/11 hit, the United States foreign policy completely shifted in the Middle East, and let alone the South Caucasus became very it got neglected by U.S. foreign policy. I mean, they abandoned really South Caucasus up until now. I mean, even with the Trump administration, they were fumbling for answers left and right for like how to treat the South Caucasus, because I feel like their intelligence didn't necessarily have the resources and understanding to get it to there. And this one's just trying to use it as a forum to counter Russian influence. So that's what I think of it. I don't think too much of it. And I think that this is just a part of the bigger piece, like I was arguing earlier. So I don't think much of it, other than just a good precedent of a U.S. official arriving to Armenia. But like always, too late, too soon, and whatever media coverage it's getting, it's probably channel 99 instead of the Channel 7 news. So that's how I see it, really, in the global sphere.
It's basically a temporary band-aid. That's all it is.
Temporary band-aid to a gunshot, I would argue, but we'll see. I hope to God I'm wrong, right? I hope I get my credibility revoked after this conversation.
Only time will tell. Rich, thanks so much for taking time to be with us, brother.
Thank you,
Rich,
guys.
truly appreciate
what
it,
you're
man.
doing.
Everything
Pleasure.
you
Appreciate
do,
it, brother.
everything,
Stay
all the
safe.
information.
Appreciate you, man.
We'll see you soon.
Follow Rich. I know he does
Thank
a lot of lives on Instagram.
We
and
mentioned
just
it while you
amazing
were.
information.
Yeah, we mentioned while you were resetting yourself. We said, follow, if
Awesome.
you aren't following Rich, follow Rich. As far as geopolitics are concerned, you're full of knowledge, man. The mappings that you present to people, the information that you have, you learn every single time you post something. So, Rich, appreciate everything you're doing, brother.
Thank you all. Appreciate your time. Have a good one. Thank you.
All right, man. Take care.
Thanks, Rich. Oh, wait, what was that?
There we go.
Okay, wrong button. There we go. Okay.
Was it? Is it 11:30 where Rich is? Where it sounded like he was at a construction site.
Sound like he was in Taiwan or something.
Yeah.
At a fish market.
How do we know he's not leading Pelosi's group?
There goes that.
Well,
What?
What? I don't know.
All right, it's
Guys,
getting
come
late,
on,
but
It's Ed throwing in random comment.
okay. Our
halfway
last
to
guest.
humor.
Our last guest is Robert Herosner. A lot of you know him. He's heavily involved in the diaspora with helping our brothers and sisters in Armenia in every possible way, and we wanted him to join to kind of tell everyone what he's doing, what we can do to help. Because we talked about a lot of things, but that's one thing we haven't talked about is what we can do to help from here. Because I know the morale of donating and all this stuff has been kind of
I think there's a lot of people that are hesitant about that these days.
I mean, you can't blame
No.
But
you can't.
that shouldn't be an excuse. So
There's almost exhaustion from it too.
Yeah, very quickly before you bring Robert on, Nostalgia Seeker, what we'll do is we'll provide IG, Facebook links to all of our guests, so you guys can follow them and support them.
Yeah, we'll put all their stuff up once the show's done. We'll update all the text in there so you guys can then click on the links and follow everybody.
There you go.
All right, I'm gonna bring Robert on. So here we go. Hi, Robert.
Hi, Robert.
Nice shirt, Robert.
Oh, look at that, Robert.
We can't hear you.
Hold on. Oh God, don't tell me
He's
you didn't
probably
turn
on
his
mute.
mic on.
Robert.
He's
Hello?
pretty savvy.
I should stop complimenting people when they come on. I told
Robert,
Rich nice
we can't hear you.
I think he heard you.
I think your mic is off.
His mic is off.
Yeah, we can't hear him. Can he hear us?
Can you hear us? Yeah,
Give us a
can
thumbs
hear
up if you can hear us.
He
Okay.
can hear us.
Yeah.
We can't hear you.
Rob, when you were connecting Restream to your phone, it probably asked you, "Do you want to connect your microphone?" You probably said no. And there you go.
All right.
Well, there's his living room.
All right, I'm gonna take him off. Let him, Robert. If you can just reconnect, or if I don't know if you have a laptop, maybe you can connect with the laptop. We'll just converse till he's ready.
Is he ready?
What's going on in the chat? I haven't been paying attention. Is
Bro,
everybody
there's a lot going
paying
on.
attention.
How many people do we have watching right now?
Right now we're about 142, about 142.
Because we got
yeah.
103 on our end.
Yeah, 142. This is across the board, everybody, Facebook and everything. So,
I mean, the fact that you guys are on until this time, we appreciate the support. We appreciate the love.
Did you guys remember to link our OnlyFans page or?
Yeah, absolutely.
We didn't share that yet?
we have one viewer from there.
Edgar Span.
Must be having a slow night.
We're all going to hell. Red carpet, straight off the bat. Like
Must be that one fan that loves Edgar.
The subscriptions
What can
aren't
I
going
say?
too well.
What can I say, ladies?
He pays $4.99 a month to see Edgar every Monday.
Are you
Bro,
going?
at least put the price of $4.99. I was at $12.99 a month ago. Bro.
$4.99. He means
The
$499.
dollars drop, bitch.
Yeah.
Value.
By the way, to everybody who's
Inflation.
to everyone who's joining us, thank you guys. Everybody's hanging out with us. I know, here we're almost at midnight, and people who are in the East Coast or around the world, thank you for hanging out with us and listening and supporting both of our shows. If hit that like. Doesn't matter which channel you're watching. Just make sure you hit that like button, subscribe, and share with family. Both WiseNuts and Mer Herosner. We have a lot of episodes coming up.
Don't share the OnlyFans page with family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
With that
was
one
for
fan.
adults only.
That one, just send it to the HOA board members.
I don't know what's happening. Okay, Robert, if you can hear me, you need to turn your camera because we're seeing your living room, and so I can.
No.
Giving us a tour, bro.
It's not a real estate show.
It's a tour.
No, it's not switching.
Artem,
It's
Matt, give
not-
us an introduction of the living room.
I can't see it, or else I would.
We have an accent wall on this side.
Is he having Are we having technical issues with them?
It's
Well, I can bring him on, but it's going to be. Oh, there
we
he
go.
is. There he is.
There
Okay,
we
well,
go.
let's see if we have audio. Let's bring
Come
him
on,
back
Robert.
on.
Come on, Robert. Come on,
Do
Robert.
this. No.
Nope. No audio. Bro, do you have a laptop or something you can connect with?
I know what happened, bro. I guarantee you, when he was setting it up, he might have clicked accidentally. It said no.
And you can't go back and
I
say
mean, you
yes.
can, but I mean, I don't know how to do it on a phone.
Robert, do you want him to call in to one of you guys?
Rob, do you want to call in? I mean, we won't see you, but
Okay.
We can do that.
Arno, you want to connect with your Bluetooth?
yeah, I'll click my Bluetooth. Hold on one second.
Okay, Robert, I'm gonna take you off the
Unless
screen,
you
and
wanna do
Arno.
it. Does he have your number?
Does
Someone just drive to the WiseNuts.
just drive.
Just
Come on over, bro.
Well, we're literally, a block away from each other.
And it might hit him.
yeah, I mean, I could throw a rock and it'll probably hit Vic's car.
Not the new one, Vic. Not the new
No,
one.
not the new one. Not the
Not
new
the
one.
new one.
I'll have him call me. He's calling me.
He's calling you? Okay,
There you
Matt,
go.
you connect to the Bluetooth then. I'm not going to connect to it.
Okay, hold on.
Let me turn off my Bluetooth.
Rob, hold on. You're disconnected.
Or disconnected, yeah. It's getting ready to pair. Guys, bear with us for 2 seconds, literally. 1, 2.
Armenian 2 seconds. brother.
Politics is messy. Damn
Ah.
straight.
That's for sure, man.
Damn straight.
By the way, my back's killing me from a Costco run today.
Our youngest wise nut is complaining of back.
Dude, I swear to God, man. I made
Rob, are you
one
with us?
one wrong move and my back is gone.
I could hear Rob.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Rob, give us a check 1, 2.
1, 2.
It's only one ear though.
It's okay. We can hear you. It's
Yeah, good.
Are we okay?
Can the audience
can you
hear?
guys hear him?
Yeah.
Rob, give us a 1, 2.
1, 2.
All right.
It's just my left ear.
That's my left ear as well. I
It's
think
only
it's
my
like,
right ear. Well, because I have the wire on this side.
yeah, it's
Oh,
fine. They
that's
can hear him. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you
Okay,
you
good.
guys hear him as well? Is it one ear with
Yeah,
you guys
yeah,
as well?
No, we can hear him stereo. It's
We're all
something-
ears.
Yeah. It's
Oh, you guys are all ears. Okay.
Yeah.
Matt, let's turn it up from your phone as well.
It's all the way up.
Two Nixon references.
Okay. Rob, thanks for taking time on this Sunday evening at 11:45 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to be with the WiseNuts and Mer Herosner.
It's always my pleasure. My day usually starts when, unfortunately, when there's a war in Armenia, as most of you guys know, our day starts around this time when Armenia wakes up. So this is just my morning.
Yeah.
So, as far as some information that you might have, Rob, I know you've been posting constantly since September 13th when the attacks were, the first attacks took place. What information do you have as far as plans, or what information do you have of possible future plans regarding Armenia?
Well, brother, I've been posting since November 9th, after the war ended. I've been posting about all of this stuff, trying to keep the Armenian community engaged. But unfortunately, once the November 9th agreement was signed in 2020, the Armenian community pretty much fell apart. They forgot the feelings, the solidarity we had on September 27th when the war started. So I tried to keep that momentum going, and I noticed that nobody was really interested in. A lot of people, message me bad stuff. You're warmongering, and leave us alone. Let us live our lives. Let us go to Divine Pool in Armenia. Let us enjoy our music festivals. So my brother and I pretty much set up our own network in Armenia. So now, thankfully, because of everything we did during the 2 years, now we have a full network in Armenia where we can get anything we want, anywhere we want. So that's what we're working on now.
Network as far as what, like logistics to be able to transport things,
well,
or
anything
what do you mean?
we want. Anything we want, let's leave it at that. Anybody wants anything, hit me up, I'll get to it. When people say there's nothing in Armenia, or we don't have this and we don't have that, that's all bullshit. When people say we don't have weapons in Armenia, that's all bullshit. We have weapons manufacturing plants in Armenia that nobody utilizes, which I've been talking about for 2 years.
So the defense ministry needs to put in the order for those weapons. Are they not putting in the orders at a time of war?
One of the factories, which I talked about back in 2020, I don't want to go into too much detail. I don't want to give too much information, but to answer your question, simply put, yes, the government is not putting in the order. And I can prove that. I have documents. I have the CEOs who want to talk about it. So, yes, the government is not putting in the orders. As simple as fucking that.
Why is that?
Do you think they represent the interest of Armenia as the government of Armenia?
You know what it is? It's like when Armenians are looking for a doctor, what nationality of doctor do they first look for? Be honest. Let's have an honest conversation.
Jewish,
right? Jewish, Persian, Indian. So Armenians always love the big weapons, the foreign weapons, the Russian Stor, all that stuff, the Indian weapons and stuff. But you have domestic weapons, which they don't want to have because they want to have that. For example, I'll give you an example. This is the only thing I'll tell you about this.
Do you know why they are doing that?
Well, again, that's something that you guys have to call and ask the government and do an investigation. Like I've been telling, there's a lot of stuff I can't say on social media because of very serious issues. That's why I've been. If you guys go back to my post, I keep on saying, hey, Zartong Media, hey, U.S. Armenian, here are the names of the companies. Call me up. I'll give you the name of the company. Call, do your investigation. Go to Papikian, go to Pashinyan's office and ask, why aren't you buying these domestic weapons, which you tested, which we have proof that you approved. We have documentation signed by the MOD saying these are amazing motherfucking weapons. From loitering munition, kamikaze drones, you guys call it, to artillery, anything you fucking want, we have in Armenia. So when people are just yelling and screaming, oh, weapons, manufacture your own damn weapons. You have the infrastructure set up. You've had it set up since 2014.
But Robert, having said that, even the other day when Pashinyan was speaking, he brought up some points about how, if he does that, let's say we have the money to manufacture or even to buy from other thing that, there's other powers who are not allowing it. What do you say to that?
If you have your female soldiers raped, beheaded, and you guys will have a new video coming out within the next 48 hours of another female, which I've seen the video already. Yeah. This is the nurse we just found out today. I knew about that 3 days ago. We saw the video. So if you have your female officers raped, a grenade stuck inside her private, beheaded, decapitated. You have your Turkish parliament member saying, we'll wipe you off the fucking map. Who gives a shit about other powers? What other powers? Armenia
No one
already
you can
shifted
rely
the
on.
balance by
Nobody.
inviting. Listen, Armenia already shifted that balance when you have American flags flying inside of Yerevan today. That shit, the ship already sailed. Well, you trying to appease Russia when you yelling "I love America" in front of opera? That ship has sailed. You have to do what's in your best interest of your country. Fuck the rest. Excuse my language. I'm get very upset.
No, you're
it's
okay
fine.
here, Robert.
You're okay. You're
Give
okay.
you an example. Give you an
Empty the
example.
bag.
Give you an example. Last night, the guys had to get heavy court machinery up to the post, and it broke down. They Savarka Chune Savarka. With Savarka posted.
This is a
A
welding machine.
$25 million piece of equipment. So I had to, again, through our pipeline, through everything we have set up, go buy the tools, go buy all that stuff. But when people say, we have everything, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. If you're talking about AK-47, yeah, maybe we have AK-47. But it's not about AK-47.
Okay, Robert. I believe you, but let me ask you this question.
Well,
If not
are probably-
Pashinyan, who should be
listen,
sitting in power today? Who do you see that could do something positive for Armenia?
Brother, the questions you guys are answering and the guests I've been hearing talk, if you guys are not asking the right questions, or the right questions should be, how can we help our soldiers on the front line? What can we do? Right now, Pelosi came, yes, we can use her as a deterrent to keep the ceasefire because obviously the U.S. demonstrated that they have power over Azerbaijan, right? You know, Russia tried twice. There's no ceasefire. Pelosi, the U.S. came in, and obviously they flexed their muscles, and we got ceasefire. So let's use that. So let's use Pelosi as a deterrent. In the meantime, we keep on saying, who's going to save us? Which country is going to save us? Dude, save yourself first. Try to save yourself first. No Armenians have the false hope. Pelosi came. Let's go back to the cafes. The U.S. is going to save us now. Our new white horse is here. The U.S. will save us now. So let's get fucking comfortable. Let's go back to the cafes. Let's enjoy. Let's do all that shit because now the U.S. just came. U.S. is not there for Armenia's interest. It's there to protect its own interest. Exploit Armenia against Russia.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And that's it. And by Azerbaijan attacking Armenia, it opened up a third front against Russia, which is going to further destabilize Russia. You have Russia in Syria, Libya, Central Africa, Ukraine, and now they're trying to pull Russia into Armenia.
Which they're already there.
Well, they did, but the Russia's saying, I don't want any part of it. They bombed and shot at the FSB vehicles and posts. And the next morning,
But Russia wants to keep that under the rug, in a sense.
Hush, hush.
well, it's not really hush hush when you have your FSB. Just like you have to understand, the Russian rule in the region is getting weak and weak by the day. You had the Russian embassy bombed in Baghdad 2 weeks ago, killing Russians, and they did nothing. You have FSB cars being shot at by Azerbaijan, and the next day Putin is sitting there having a dinner with Aliyev and Erdogan and just laughing about it. And America is seeing this and is exploiting that. And Armenians are just, oh my God, let's now America. America's not going to send us Predator drones, Reaper drones, any UAS system. They're not going to send that to us. They don't want this another conflict, or they don't want these weapons to fall into Russia's hand, or potentially
the
be used
technology
against
goes
NATO
somewhere else.
partner, or be used against the potential NATO partners or current NATO partners, Turkey. So the only thing that the U.S. is offering us right now is a deterrent. Pelosi visiting there, the ceasefire. We have a deterrent. Use this deterrent and use the influence of the United States to put some pressure on Israel to stop sending those fucking IAI made drones to Armenia, which last war that we had 2 days ago, it was all of the IAI drones, the suicide drones made by IAI.
Pelosi has that power. Will she use it? I don't think so.
Well, that's how you force their hand. If you want us to be partners with you to fuck over Russia, at least CSTO, do something for us. Stop the shipments. There have been 30 shipments this week alone from Israel to Baku. Show good faith. If you're standing in Armenia saying this is an illegal attack, your closest ally is arming this illegal attack. So in a sense, they're also part of this illegal attack. But no one wants to talk about Israel because we know Israel is hands off with Israel.
Unfortunately, as Armenians, we have
Heaven
not
forbid.
been seeing our enemy for who it is for far too long. Looking past 200 years, we keep talking about the Bolsheviks. Who were the same Bolsheviks?
Yep.
Bro, we need
Who
to
are
stop
they?
we need to stop talking about history before we become history.
Oh, that's what we're
Stop the
going
bullshit
towards.
about talking about 300-400 years ago. Talk about what's happening today. You're in a genocide today. Who gives a shit what happened 100 years ago? You're reliving it today. And you know that's part of that is because we don't even hold ourselves responsible. Our associations responsible. We have 100-year-old organizations with hundreds of millions of dollars. What is any organization doing right now to help Armenia?
Nothing.
How many prayer groups have you had at the local churches? Or how many of the Armenian channels have they had a moment of silence for your soldiers? None.
Yeah.
So why are you looking for America to save you when your own people aren't saving themselves? We were at a protest the other day in front of the Armenian embassy, and there was also a fundraiser, so I had to attend both. So I walked over to the fundraiser, which was at the Phoenicia restaurant across the street, and you have the Serpazan of Artsakh. Serpazan of Artsakh. Artsakh is losing it. Artsakh is gone, fighting for his last breath. You have the Serpazan of Artsakh sitting there, with kids still, their bodies still warm in the battlefield, sitting there with who? With our former ambassador of Armenia,
Who's
Dr.
that?
Arman. Dr. Arman, he just got fired 7 months ago. He's still here. What the fuck are you doing here? What are you doing here? Sitting there with girls and laughing it up with cigarettes, and they're not listening to our Masatya. If I'm a country, I would say, look at your leaders, your spiritual leaders here, while they're losing their country, and the people are across the street fighting for their country in front of an embassy, and the former ambassador is sitting there just ignoring them. We haven't had a new consulate general for 8 months. Why? Because they don't want the diaspora to have any connections with Armenia. Ever since Pashin has been into office with that piece of shit Zadeh Sinanyan, there's been zero. There's been no bridge between Armenia and the diaspora.
But you
No
know what's funny?
relation.
Wasn't the point of him being the bridge between diaspora and?
He was supposed to set up special diasporas, meaning diaspora centers in each Armenian community. None of that shit was done. And the relationship between Armenia and the diaspora is deteriorating by the second, which is further weakening Armenia. Why are you going and begging for, let's say, Europe for a $40 million grant when you have billionaire Armenians in the United States? You have billions of dollars in sitting in bank accounts for your organization, and you're begging the EU for $40 million, and you have to go open up an LGBTQ center in Senator Yerevan to prove that you're progressive, so they can give you that fucking grant. Why are you jeopardizing your morals, your standards, your history, your tradition, just to get a $40 million grant when you have billions sitting here?
Robert, let me ask you something.
Robert, how much does AGBU have in its endowment right now?
Over $1 billion.
Okay, let me ask you something. Why do you think they are not getting involved? What is it? Is it because they're against Pashinyan, or is it something else?
Brother.
Like why?
we post these bullshit posts, the bullshit posts going around. Join us for an apolitical protest. The second we arrive there, what does it turn into? A political fucking protest. Mega goroma Nicole Herati, make a Nicole Davajan, make goroma Nicole Maman, make a goroma Wilsonian Armenia. Today was supposed to be today some guy organized a protest in front of the Azerbaijani consulate, and they want prevent Azerbaijan from joining NATO. Ahmed, there's not even on the table. What are you talking about? Azerbaijan joining the NATO.
The embassy's closed today. You know that.
Ahmed, I know that. Immediate implementation of the Wilsonian. Ahmed, each Wilsonian map. Check out a Mr. Hayastan of Wahid Mibur. Each Wilsonian map. I'm sorry. I did massacre you guys. Here's your land. 30 million Turks live on it. Sorry, we can't move them. They have to live on it. Some million of Turkey but they were Hallelujah. We're going to save the Wilsonian Armenia. Give us the Wilsonian Armenia.
They're gonna be in the center of Yerevan, enjoying Yerevan.
Of course. And give them about 10 or 20 years, they'll get citizenship rights and they get the start buying. And then when elections come, they'll be all Turks.
Yeah. You'll have your first Turkish president in Armenia.
Of course.
Jeez, you guys are positive.
Oh, but it's not about being positive or negative. It's the reality of it, man. It's the reality.
I'm sorry to say this, but I feel like until I don't even want to say it, but until Yerevan gets hit, no one's gonna wake up. They're still like
that's
coming
very soon.
They're still not gonna wake up. They're still not gonna wake up. They're still not gonna wake up. You know why? Because this last 2 years, it's been an experiment to see how much we can tolerate. Azerbaijan has been pushing the envelope inch by inch, every week, every month, to see how much Armenians will tolerate. They took 30, 40 square kilometers of Armenia proper. Nothing happened. Enemy sitting. Tell me a country where an enemy will come and sit inside of a foreign sovereign nation, and the country just parties up. And the country just doesn't give a shit. It's okay. Let's buy buses. Let's give $6 million bonus to the officers. Let's argue about if we should have salt, the level of salt we should have in restaurants. Okay, Azerbaijan's like, okay, we got away with it. Let's push the envelope further. Let's bomb them. Let's rape their women. What is the threshold for Armenian tolerance? And they saw now we have no threshold because we're not Armenian anymore, brother. If you see an Armenian woman in that condition, I'm sure you guys seen the videos.
Yeah.
And if you don't feel the sense of anger, urgency, then the next morning you have Armenians partying, and I saw a video of a couple of the weddings here from this weekend. So they all see this, they assess this, that there is no Armenian community anymore. There is no great Armenian diaspora, the backbone of Armenia. Because we have Armenian soldiers in Armenia still. We have 300 to 400, and the news will come out slower and slower. I've seen one video shot by my own uncle's son. He went to pick up our cousin from Genmuk. That's the family's from Genmuk. He had some severe injuries. He showed me one video, and if anybody doesn't believe it, come and I'll show you the video. In one area only in Genmuk, there were 79 dead Armenian soldiers laid out on the field. And they're claiming we have 135 soldiers dead. Again, they're testing our limits of tolerance. Nobody here gives a shit what Poland have what you want with Oknumet. Why not? They can get away with it.
So,
am I wrong? Let me ask you guys something. You guys are influential Armenians. You guys have a podcast. What have you done yourselves, the 2 podcasts, in the last week to rally up the Armenian community?
Well, this is what we've done. This is a great question.
But you do the 5, 6 days later. I'm talking about Remember what happened September 27th? We were activated.
Yes.
We were activated on the spot. We were doing stuff on the spot.
Yeah, I
Nobody
understand,
has
Robert,
done
but
it.
at the same
But
time, you're thinking, you know, is it who? I mean, podcast or not, we're nobodies. Yeah, we have followers, but you know, our podcast is historical. Their podcast is, you know, let's say current events. But you're also thinking, okay, you know, there's this thing like amen make mi banuni aselu.
And I'll be honest with you, Robert. Let me tell you why my stance on it. We could have come out a little earlier, but this time around, the information coming out wasn't as readily available to us. And you don't, because the 2020 taught us a lesson, and you got to understand who's giving you the right information. The
Not just that,
information
coming
this
out
time
talking
was
about
not,
it.
you don't know who to trust anymore.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, the fact that Armenia was attacked, the fact that we had losses was evidence. You know, nobody needs to have, you know, visual confirmation of that.
Robert, okay, so we understand the falls and the issues and everything. What can be done? Like, what can you promote as far as that people can do who actually want to help? What would you recommend to our audience right now, the 130 people that are watching?
For example, yesterday there was a post that, hey guys, we need batteries in Armenia. Duracell, power. Yeah, please, battery orderarek, Walmart baner orderarek, thermometer orderarek, and let's ship it to Armenia. Like, if you need stuff like that done, if you need sources in Armenia, you need to source something in Armenia, let me know. I won't collect money. I will not touch anyone's money for obvious reasons. Everybody knows why, and it's very sad. But I'll get anything you need in Armenia. Anything. You're willing to pay for it? I'll have it set up. Send your own person to pick it up. Pay for it. Take it to wherever you want to take it. That's what we're doing. Because that's the only way I know that our money is going to go to our soldiers.
I understand that, but what is it that they need? When you say, you know, whatever you want to send, I mean, Basilka service check on them. So we need to get something that's important. Like, what is it? What information do you have? What do they need? What can people buy and ship over there?
The situation is so fluid at the moment that in real time, what I was talking to you guys, and I can, you know, can you guys hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, whatever you're playing, we
What are you playing? We can't hear it.
Oh shit! I thought you guys can hear what I'm. Oh, sorry.
No.
No. We can hear you, but we can't hear what you're playing.
Oh shit! No, I got a message. It's from one of the Zora Master, and like we work with 4 different Zora Master. 3 are actual army, and 2 different units of just volunteers.
Now,
So
Rob,
every day-
the only reason, the fact that you're saying as podcasters, as quote unquote influencers, which to be honest with you,
we never signed up for
we
that
never
role,
signed up
bro.
for any of this
Yeah.
stuff. But to be honest with you, the fact that you're saying, what are you guys? Hold on, Rob. The fact that you're saying, what are you guys doing as far as?
I'm not accusing you guys.
No. I know. But when you're, it's kind of backing us into some sort of corner where it's like, okay, what are you guys doing? It's like at this point, with us being in the States, with what happened in 2020, and what we saw that took place.
That's an excuse. People need to stop.
No. Wait. Wait. Let me finish. As far as what can be done, resources, anything as far as somebody comes up to us and says, hey, WiseNuts, hey, Mer Herosner, we need X, Y, Z. The fact that, you know, we won't bat an eye. We'll take care of whatever we need to take care of to help out whatever we need to do for Armenia. For the 2020 war, we raised $360,000 for Armenia. We have no idea what happened with that money, Rob. How do you think we feel?
That's
Okay.
That's why I'm telling you that, like, even if I have to spend $1, I literally have to get a visual confirmation that if I bought something for a soldier, the soldier gets it, sends me a message thanking me. And from what we're doing this time around, we fucked up last time. So let's say if they want, let's say, for example, a heavy digging equipment. When we buy it, we have them sign something saying, hey, look, so is taking responsibility for this. When you're done with it, we're not leaving you with this. We're taking it to so-and-so Zorama. If anybody else wants it, contact us. Come sign for it. Pick it up, take it, use it, and bring it back.
I totally understand. But listen to this, man. We're living in 2022, right? We're living in 2022. The events that are taking place as far as the communication and the items that we have to send to, our brothers and sisters in Armenia, and the fact that it has to go through this many channels to get there, I'm sorry to say, number one, it's pathetic. And
of course it is.
Yeah.
Armenia itself, bro, everything in Armenia is pathetic.
Yeah, but
All right, so why don't we do this?
And also one more thing, Vic, and then you can. The fact that we have a government in place, where we have a prime minister, we have a parliamentary system, and they're letting whatever is taking place take place currently, and the fact that nobody's voice is being heard, whether it's on the media, whether it's on social media, whether it's through the news. I mean, you expect, and again, not to be a negative Nancy or dwell on the situation, but you expect your average Joe who's sitting at home or in the States or in France or in Canada, wherever it is, to make some sort of noise and to be able to help out when our own system itself, the cancer that's in our government, is destroying it as it is right now.
So we wait and see if whether the cancer is cured or
this is how I look at it, and we were gonna end. I was gonna mention this for the end of the show. The fate of Armenia was written by Levon Ter-Bedrosian a very long time ago. Whatever is taking place.
That doesn't help the situation in Armenia.
I understand that. Listen,
this is just a waste of time, guys. Waste of time. Mobilize. You guys want to do something? You have a podcast. I'll give you names. Call up those names of those CEOs of those weapons companies and say, hey, you have weapons, right? We want to buy it. Tell us why it hasn't been bought. Put press. You say you have a cancer in the Armenian government. Expose it. Talk about it. Get the Armenian community involved. There's absolutely no energy in the Armenian community. We have to get the Armenian community to rise up.
Yeah, you're right.
I agree. We completely agree with you. We can't disagree when you're saying something exactly the way it should be.
And one thing that every single Armenian can rally with, not have anything negative to say about it, is we stand with our soldier and for the protection and safety of our country. Don't get politics involved. If you get that nationalistic, apolitical, idea across to people that, hey, this is only a movement to stand next to our soldier and to help our country, to protect its sovereignty. That's it. Nothing else. Literally nothing else. Nobody can argue against that. Nobody.
All right, so why don't we do this? Everybody who's listening, who will be listening, watching later on, Robert, so if somebody wants to help directly to the soldiers or get involved with you, how does this happen? How do they connect with you? What's the best way? Is it Instagram or is there an email?
One important thing. I have to say this because this week, this incident happened. A prominent individual approached me and said, "Hey, look, I know you got connects. I know you can make shit happen. Can I give you a list and can you get it?" He thought I wasn't gonna be able to get it. So next morning, I texted him and said, "Hey, dude, go to HBI, go to this and this place, take 3 trucks, it's ready." And he ghosted me. So if you're gonna reach out to me,
well, this is a good chance to call out that person in a sense.
Well, trust me, I'm gonna take care of him and his brother because they put me on the spot, and then I have to pay out of my own pocket. Because his guys are hitting me up, saying, "Dude, we need this stuff. We need it's important shit." So I sent a message saying, "Look, I paid for it. Go pick it up. They'll release it to you." So if you're gonna, somebody texted me the other day, said, "Hey, look, I want to help this and that," and I said, "Okay, let's meet up. Let's do it." He's like, "I can only do $20." I said, "Brother, you're wasting my time. Thank you, but $100 میتونم دیگه سخت این چه سوزم مال $100." He's like, "Well, you posted that a ground missile is $650 in made in Armenia." I said, "Yes, it is. $650. But $100 can you make the 10% of that missile?" Do you understand? We have a missile manufacturing plant in the middle of Armenia.
But
the war that was fought this week, 80% was short and long range artillery, which we manufacture inside of Hayastas, which I've been saying for 2 fucking years. For $100, you can get something. For $200, for $500, the most expensive thing is $980.
Okay, $980 is the soldier going to go to that manufacturer and pay $980 and buy a missile, or the military has to buy it?
No, brother, if you want to do it, buy it with the MOD to the MOD approved facility, and they'll take it to whatever Zoramak you want to take it to. I don't know how else to tell my Armenian people that.
Yep, but
there are other projects. There are very.
Okay, so now we're going to be funding.
This is going around the government.
Yeah, but see, I mean, listen to what you're saying. With all due respect, you expect Armenian people from the diaspora to send money to, let's say, whoever, business, or to the soldier who's going to go to an MOD approved manufacturer, buy military.
No, I said MOD approves it.
Okay.
They know what's being done. I don't know. Let's stop talking about this. Come on. Let's stop talking about this. I'm not going to talk about this anymore. You guys want to help? Activate people. You guys want to help? We'll bring guests on. Don't talk about the history of Armenia. We all fucking know the history of Armenia. We ourselves are becoming history. Talk about what's happening now. Nobody gives a shit about the Bolsheviks or what happened in 1945. We have real issues now.
No.
So if you're going to do something, talk about current stuff that's happening now that people can get involved with and do stuff. There are other initiatives that you can do other than buying stuff for the soldiers on the front line.
Yeah.
Call out all of our organizations. Where are all of our organizations? AMAA, the AGBU, all those organizations. Where are they?
They're all silent. They're not going to say anything. This is all their, it's, bro, this is all a political game for them. They're not going to say anything, Rob. If you really think they're going to...
It's not up to them. Then make each us game for but make
John, ever since we started WiseNuts, I've been trying to call out the people that represent us in the diaspora.
Yeah.
Every time we did, we were shut down. Because we've been calling them out for 4 years and nothing has changed. And inviting one of those people here, good luck.
Forget about it, bro. They're not going to sit down with you.
Those people are in power because the community supports them, donates to them, votes for them to be on the office.
Because they bullshit to the community about XYZ and then they turn around and give them ABC. That's why.
Well, that's why we don't need
politics.
Bro, it's all politics, Rob. That's the problem.
That's why if you guys want change, if you guys really want change in Armenia, all that shit needs to be changed. And the diaspora has to stand up and make those changes because the diaspora supports those fucking organizations that do nothing for our people at time of need. What are they waiting for? For us to have another genocide so they can write another fucking book or have another library built so we can go and see our own history in a museum?
No, because for them it's all about money and it's all about clout. That's all it's about. They don't give a shit about it. They're all sitting comfortably wherever they are, outside of the war, outside of the front lines, and they're like, you know what? Okay, if I donate XYZ money, I'll get this much back, and I'll have this political power here, and maybe they'll push permits for
guys,
this.
we really don't have time for it.
Bro, seriously, it's a circle jerk.
We don't have time for any of that.
That's why we have to have a mechanism in place, an actual. Every diaspora has to have an emergency action team in place. So when the first bomb drops, you have a team that takes care of media, lobbying, a team that gets everybody organized, a team that does the protest, a team that you know what I'm saying.
Rob, we had the ANC, we had the ANC on the WiseNuts. We asked them about lobbying. They said, I'm just again.
But these
listen,
are the people that have been representing us, Rob. These people talk.
If you bring them on your show, you don't call them out.
We
did call them out. What they say is we know we're shy. We frown upon lobbying.
That's
how much does lobbying cost? How much does lobbying cost for
$1 million a year?
Okay, and what is that for an Armenian army that raised millions of dollars on the streets of Glen Oaks?
Nothing for them.
Yeah, listen, bro. What was done in 2020 is never going to happen again. No one's going to donate again. No one's going to do that.
No, I get it. I understand that. It's just an example I'm bringing up.
When people say, "Akbar 1 million each," it's a lot of marketing. We did a fundraiser. Some girl asked me to do a fundraiser for the guy who burned his house down. The first guy who burned his house down.
But he doesn't need a fundraiser. He's already taken care of.
It was before that. It was before any of that stuff. It was before Vartan Hukaisan came and said all that stuff. We've been in contact with Vartan Hukaisan before. So the girl wanted to do a fundraiser. I said, okay, I'll jump on a live with you.
Were you made aware, Robert? Did anyone tell you that Vartan Hukasian was going to come to America? And who are the people, the contact people that Vartan Hukasian was put in touch with? We certainly didn't know anything about him coming here.
I found out when I'm honestly in contact with him on one issue only. There's a child here at CHLA in very dire need of medical assistance, and the family just needed a family advocate because they didn't know English. So I kind of volunteered to be the family advocate for the family. So the only thing I've corresponded with him on or kind of worked on with him is that. Just about that kid. That's it. So I didn't know he came here. I don't know who brought him here. But I mean, you guys saw the video who was next to him. So you know who brought him here.
Yeah. Have we ever tried to have Harut Sasunian on the WiseNuts? Have you guys ever tried reaching out to him?
Of course, I've talked to him a couple times.
And what was the response you got, sir?
He asked if we were vaccinated or not.
Oh, shit.
There you go, buddy.
Honestly,
guys,
I was
listen.
very shocked to see Vartan Hukasian sitting next to him. Right?
Yeah, well, that was a shock to everybody. Nobody was expecting it.
Yes.
But you have to understand who was in the room. A couple of guys who have some wheat stores, a guy who has a home care. Like, those
there were some good people there too, though, Rob.
Obviously, there were. Absolutely, there were.
I mean,
but I mean, it was just. I mean, I didn't get the point of that whole meeting, to be honest with you.
No, I mean, like you said, okay, if we didn't know about it, you didn't know about it. Only a specific few people knew about it.
No, my godson who was there, he called me and said, "Hey, you want to go? He's going to come tomorrow." That's the only time I knew, and I said, "I'm not."
Yeah.
Because I'll be honest with you guys here, I do follow Vartan Hukasian. I do see him as maybe the only person that can bring stability to Armenia. As far as anti-corruption, this is the only guy that can bring you anti-corruption. And the guy does not want to be prime minister, president. He just wants to stop corruption in Armenia.
Listen, none of that right now is helping the situation.
Yeah.
So I think what Robert's point is that everybody needs to wake up. I don't care what it is, podcast, modcast, show, TV, whatever it is. Everybody needs to step it up in some way, help. So if you guys want to help,
you can.
And if you want to help directly, like you said, if you want to help with the soldier situation, whatever it is, connect with Robert. You can find him on Instagram. Help, just do something.
But again, I want to put this on the record. I'm not taking any monetary donations. I want this to be on the record. No monetary donations. I don't want somebody to say, "Oh, Rob bought a new car. It's not a donation."
That's
no. It's you are the source to connect to get things done over there, basically. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So, what's your handle on Instagram?
Loser in Los Angeles is a connection. Unfortunately, that's how messed up our country is.
Say that one more time.
I said it's the country so messed up that some idiot like me in Los Angeles has to be that. But it is what it is.
You're doing your work, and that's what you feel. You don't need to say that about yourself. Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
No, bro, the most important thing I want to I know you guys probably have to go is every single one of us has a resource, has a talent, has the time. Just reposting the same stuff for your 80 followers, which all follow each other. It does nothing. Absolutely does nothing.
Yeah, it just circulates within.
We just circulate within ourselves. So please, think outside the box. Right now, there's a huge uprising in Azerbaijan with the two opposition leaders in Azerbaijan going against Aliyev, saying, dude, what the hell did you just do? We didn't need this new fresh war. And you told us Armenia is a crippled country, but they killed 100 of our boys in one day. There's a huge thing going on in Azerbaijan. Exploit that. You know, tomorrow the Russian, the parliament speaker is going to Azerbaijan. A lot of stuff is happening. Like, be informed, get informed, spend time researching, reading, see what you can do, how you can, you know, use your like people text me, hey Rob, you know what? I got this perfect idea. You should do. I said, I'll spend what I should do. You're the
Go
expert
do
in
it
cyber.
yourself.
Yeah.
You're an expert in cybersecurity. You text me. You have a cybersecurity firm. You're texting me, telling me a guy that has nothing to do with cybersecurity. You should do the cybersecurity initiative. It's like, I'll pay you about them. So this is what is happening at Citron in this. Everybody has to carry our weight.
Yeah, nobody wants to step it up. Everybody just wants to come up with a bright
Everybody
idea,
wants to
throw
be
it on
a
somebody else.
Monday night quarterback. Everybody wants to be a Monday night quarterback. Everybody wants to just give advice. Everybody wants to get on, you know, podcasts and lives and stuff and act like they're a political expert and they know what the fuck is going on. None of us know what's going on.
Well, that's why we bring our guests in order to find out what's going on, you know, especially people
None
who
of
are
us know
involved.
what's going on, brother. None of us. This is
At
all
least
about
have
our
a
pig thing. Yeah.
Some sort of idea.
Yeah,
The
get an
only way
idea.
to
That's
get
what
a
it's
full idea is to
understanding.
be on the ground,
and,
guys.
and like you said, what you do by having all these guests on today, some were experts, some were just, you know, let's say on the ground soldiers. Their point of view is to help whoever's watching us. I mean, at the peak of the time, we had almost 200 people on this live. It's something they're learning, they're seeing. Maybe they weren't aware of it. You know, whatever it is. Everybody has to do their part. So hopefully some people took something from this and now they're going to go do something themselves. You know, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. Awareness. We've mentioned before, you know, with Elina Abovian and Araksa Karapia. Like, look at what they're doing. There was a gentleman up in, I don't know some boondock newscast area or whatever. He just did something. He's Armenian. He's in middle of nowhere. You know, this is every Armenian. Doesn't matter where you are. You could be in Georgia. You could be in North Dakota. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Do something. At least put it out there. You know, bring awareness to what's happening, and then eventually, you know, that one guy who's in middle of nowhere. He's Armenian. He's surrounded by non-Armenians. I'm sure he has great friends and everything. If he all of a sudden puts something out there, now those people are like, hey, what's going on? You know, and then they're going to start talking about it. It's the domino effect. So that's what I
Especially how
suggest.
fluid it is, especially you know, exploit their emotions. You know, with the whole, you know, how they're treating our women.
Show them that video.
You know, show them that video. I've showed that video to everybody I see.
Yeah.
Everybody I see. I've sent that to every single female like person that I can find of importance. Because females, they're all talking about the Me Too movement and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
Here's a female in the most degraded to the worst possible inhumane way. They'll show them the video how they're threatening us to, you know, wipe us off the earth. I mean, who does that in 21st century? What other country have you heard of being treated that way? No country in the 21st century has been treated that way. And the tolerance level of the Armenian population, it grows higher and higher. The threshold goes higher and higher because we ain't doing shit.
Well, again, the point of this was to, you know, unite, organize, more organized than, you know, unite, because apparently unity is a issue within our culture, but at least get organized.
Unity, guys.
Yeah.
Centralized unity.
Get
That's where our
organized.
main issue is. We need to have centralized unity, because we could all be, I mean, once we're doing this podcast, you could have someone else doing a podcast at the same time, or a prayer group in one park while another prayer group is at another. We need centralized powers in the diaspora. One place has to control
don't try to
everything.
push your agenda in at this time. This is not about, you know, trying to get whatever it is, your
as far
15
as
minutes of
podcasts,
fame.
we've been pretty lucky with the podcast in the Armenian community. We've come together in a really nice way, because maybe we're not too many. That could be the reason why.
Yeah.
But in other aspects, I feel like even when we're fighting for our own country, we're fighting against one another. I mean, I remember there was a time we had 5 different groups organizing the walk on April 24th.
We still do.
And
This year,
that's what
24th
leads to
April
these
24th will
failures.
be- Yeah, April 24th will be organized by 4 different organizations at 4 different times.
That's sad.
Yes.
You know why, guys? It comes down to this: we don't have a central leadership that tells us, "Hey, I lakot. You ain't shit to do anything." A person who's in charge, who's respected, who has the authority to be in charge of our community. You go to a protest, 20 people show up with microphones. But each claims to be the leader of the Armenian organization. I'll tell you guys this last story, and I'm going to get out. But 2 days ago, there was a protest at the Glendale embassy, so we all went there to support and all that stuff. And they legit got together 2 well-known Armenian organizations, political organizations. I'm not going to name any names, and they legit started publicly deciding who the next prime minister is going to be. Like,
What?
legit. They shook hands. Are you ready? I'm ready. Are you ready? I'm ready. And they start like going at it. And then when they agreed
Is
on
that debating?
So they were debating in front of the Armenian embassy.
in front of the Imperial Embassy, they got into a large thing, a circle. They're like, hey, who represents the highest authority? Some guy said, I do. Who
What?
represents this? And they legit stood next to the embassy, shook hands, took off their glasses, and they started discussing who the next prime minister is going to be. And then when they agreed on somebody, they shook hands, saying, okay, we got this job done, good job. And then I was there, I'm like, hey, I was there with my friend, I'm like, hey, can Mano be the general of the Ministry of Defense? And I just to show them how ridiculous they were. But
And Rob, you're asking us what we're doing for Armenia? I think we're doing more good for Armenia than harm.
Quiet. This is
Yeah.
I know. Listen, when I said, "What are you guys doing up?" I didn't want to insult you or anything, but I'm just trying to show you guys that there is.
You're trying to wake up
action.
the Armenian in us, in a sense.
Bro, there's nothing being done. Armenians, you have to understand, there's nothing being done, and Armenians think it's normal. We're normalizing the killing of our soldiers. We're normalizing the giving of our land because nobody gives a shit about it. We're normalizing it. We're going to be in another Iraq, another Afghanistan. Oh, another 300 people killed in a mosque. It's okay. Oh, another foreign power comes into our country. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Let them exploit and rape us and leave us alone. That's what we're becoming. We've become immune to all this bullshit, and that's not right. And when I saw the video of the first female, and I said, dude, like in a way, like I was like, okay, this is gonna rally up the people. I'm like, yeah, come on, this and that. Nothing.
Guys, we're talking. Our government couldn't have a translator for Pelosi.
Oh, bro, that was just garbage.
Oh, how bad can you be?
Guys, hold on. Listen, no, that's not cool. That is not cool. I'm sorry. They were having technical issues with the equipment, and she jumped in. Okay, please don't do that. That's not cool. All right.
Okay, but you're telling me with 100 people standing there, none of them can actually translate English?
What do you mean? What was
The
the
woman that got
issue
up
with the
there that was
translation?
gonna
She was part of the embassy. She jumped in, tried to save the moment. Guys can't do that. Keep
people there, bro.
putting everybody down. It was a situation. We have technical issues. We try to figure it out. None of them were working. Whose fault is this? The technician's fault or the translator's fault? She jumped in, tried to help.
When you have one of the most powerful people coming into your country, you make sure that damn thing works before the lady comes.
Well, listen, stuff happens, man. Stuff happens. So what? Now you're gonna go look down upon Armenia because there was a fuck up on equipment or technology, and the lady who works at the embassy jumped in to try to help, and now we're bashing her because her translation wasn't the best, or she forgot a moment of because Nancy Pelosi was talking too
But
fast.
what's the point? Okay, we're done. Okay, we're done with that. Okay, we're done. Okay,
What I'm saying is like this is the issue, guys. We keep bashing on each other. Stop. Enough.
Who's bashing, bro? That's reality in Armenia, though, bro. Half-ass. That's everything in Armenia is half-ass. Hence, in the start, kalut mangali kalut. What on it song started. Du hast gar nicht mehr. You think him on the stop him? I swear to God, I'm texting back and forth. I'll send it to you guys. I'll text it to you so you guys can see. Kalut hem manga. It's very specific kalut. So you can have on and Zoramat will start bounce Ken.
Tank.
Yeah, so yeah, they are involved. That's the situation, the reality in Armenia, bro.
Fuck my life, bro.
It's not gonna be that you'll see.
All right. Well, how do we end this on a bright note?
Oh, we have a lot of bright
Bro,
sides. We can get into.
Bright note is this, guys. We as an Armenian community have to help ourselves before others help us. Nobody respects people who don't respect themselves.
Yes.
You cannot expect anybody to come and respect you when you say, "Oh, they're raping our women." What is your community doing against that? Where are the lobby firms you have hired? Where are the ad campaigns you're running? Where is it? Where's the money that you have that you're storing at this problem to begin with? Why are you waiting for America to like homeless people? That's what we become a nuisance to this world. That's what we become, a nuisance. Let's show that we ourselves can resolve some problems, that we can be an asset to our own country, to the world. So people don't want to exterminate us because we're a nuisance.
All right.
Valid point.
Very.
Well,
Vic,
Robert
Vic,
John-
yeah,
Mhm.
go ahead.
No. What were you saying, Arno?
I was gonna say, yeah, we don't want to see any nudes, so you could just block nude HD XYZ.
Speak for yourself, bro.
I mean, unless somebody wants to end off on the high note there.
What happened? I don't.
Nothing. We got a troll.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's after midnight, so you're gonna get those nude trolls. Robert John, thank you so much for joining.
Thank
We
you, Robert.
listen,
Thanks, Rob.
whatever it is, we know how
Thank you,
passionate
Robert.
you are and what you're doing. We appreciate it, everything you do, everything you post. We see it, and I know there's a lot that you don't talk about, and how dedicated you are to help with the situation, help Armenia, help our soldiers. And when I say this, I mean it. We truly appreciate it, and every one of us should take some type of a lesson from what he's doing and then help in every other. Like I said, it doesn't have to be where it's money or anything. Like everyone can help in their own way.
Absolutely.
So please do that.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. God
Robert,
bless.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Take care, guys.
Thank you,
Thanks,
brother.
Robert.
Have a good night.
man.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Well, we are 4 hours and 35 minutes into the show.
That's not a big deal.
This was a long one, but a good one, and we needed to do this. And again, I don't feel like being called out on. I think he was trying to make a point. What have we done? And we connected. I think the day after the once they attacked was we got to do
literally.
something, but it's a matter of finding the right people to join and experts. Not everybody's available. I mean, with the list of people we contacted, specialists, they weren't available. So, and we were thankful to everybody who was able to join us.
And mind you, we got people in Armenia to log in with us. Yeah, we had some technical issues.
Yeah,
we had
yeah.
some choppy audio, but I mean, we did whatever we could to bring
and from our
as
side,
much light.
Yeah,
we
and
had
from
a
our side, I
translator.
want to say we can do this many times with joining, and if there's other podcasts that want to join with us, if they might have connection with some other people, whatever it is, if we're going to put some kind of a fundraiser together, reach out to us. Let us know. You can follow us on Instagram, WiseNuts. Let's get together. Let's get organized. Do something, because time is of the essence. Because I have a feeling once Pelosi goes, something's going to happen.
I know.
So,
Who was it? Stepan said it. Levon said it.
Georg said it.
Georg said it. They said it's gonna get worse before it gets better, and I hope it's. I hope
Pike
they're
said it,
wrong,
everyone.
but I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
So, having said all that, guys, it's getting late. So we're gonna say good night to everybody. Thank you to all the
Unleashed my first
everybody who joined us today and stuck around and watched. Thank you so much. Follow the WiseNuts.
Follow Mer
make sure you-
Herosner.
Yeah, thank you. Hit that subscribe button and that like. Share it. If you didn't get to watch the whole thing today, you can watch it or listen to it on your way. Are you guys gonna put this up on the thing on your podcast platform, or are we leaving it just a video? Okay, all right, we'll put it up too, so you can listen to it on the WiseNuts or Mer Herosner Tomorrow we'll have it up, and then that's pretty much it. Any last words, guys?
It was a pleasure talking to you
It was
guys
a pleasure
tonight.
collaborating with you guys.
And thank you, everybody
Always-
that's
always
been
is.
Yeah, thank you
viewing
for everybody
us
being respectful.
consistently for 4 hours.
All the watchers.
Yeah, all the watchers. Thank you for everybody who tuned in. Thank you for everybody for the support. Thank you for everybody who's respectful. I mean, they say it, mi burras gang. So I mean, let's try to.
That's one
Be-
thing
be-
that we can
Yeah,
say is
let's,
we had
uh,
way better
let's-
conversation.
Let's be as respectful as we can towards each other. So we thank everybody for taking their time out of their Sunday evening to join us. We're gonna be live tomorrow. It's gonna
Yeah,
be the
that's
three of
right.
us. We're gonna be discussing a lot of different topics. Obviously, Armand is back from Armenia, so we'll be talking about Armenia. We'll be talking about Greece. We'll be talking about other things, other than probably Armenian politics. But we might, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what entails out of it. But
welcome back, Armand, after 4.5 hours.
We'll say that
Yeah.
tomorrow.
That's why I was quiet tonight. I was waiting for welcome
And
back.
he was playing pocket pool.
Why'd you have to tell
On
them
that
you-
note, we'll be back with our season 3, episode 3 this Thursday, and it will be, as much as people say we shouldn't be talking about history. The show must go on. We will
Yes.
talk about history, and we will be covering the Urartian kingdom, and we have the gentleman who created People of R, very knowledgeable. He'll be joining us from Greece, actually. So. So tune in. That'll be late show. It'll be 9 p.m. Thursday next week. So, but besides that, again,
Join the
everyone, thank
WiseNuts
you.
tomorrow night. Also,
Yeah, join the WiseNuts tomorrow night, 7:30 p.m. Monday, and that's pretty much it, right?
that's it.
That's
guys.
it.
All right, guys. All right, everybody, take
All right,
care.
guys.
Have a
See
great
you
Sunday
guys
night
up
or
the
Monday
street,
morning.
all
I
right,
should
guys?
say. Yeah.
Vazelov.